Dun 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 dun. What is going on, everyone? Another day, another you, another me. I don't even know what that means anymore. It's just what I've started to say at the start of every stream. I've been enjoying my cup of coffee, watching Kavoth and Soup slug it out. That was a fun game. That was a fun game to watch. I didn't actually even get to watch the very end of it. Who won? I was kind of looking a little bit like the Kavothinator had thrown it away. He had a oh, holy moly, 125 stream streak. That's so many stream streaks. This the Soapinator got him. I like that. I like that for the Soapinator. Oh, what's happening, guys? Today is a big day because it marks the first day of games that really mean something for the players to get to Athens. We've got 2 games happening today. It is Magic versus Eisomarto, and then there is also going to be Tunison versus Ulysses. So, long story short, to remind everyone, I have written this up. I put it all on the Reddits and things. If you guys want to go and smash the upvote button for me while you're here, I know this is probably not even, I'm not supposed to say this, probably not supposed to, but if you guys want to, you know, don't tell anyone that I sent you, but if you guys want to, you could go over and click on that link in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube chat. You could go and click on it, and you could click the upvote button. You don't have to. It's not, I'm not twisting your arm. I'm not saying you should, but you could do it if you feel so inclined. I'm not sure if it even would help the algorithm and having it pop up and show other people that we exist, but still, you could do it. I also, yes, we've got about an hour until the Magic versus Eisomarto affair starts. Then between the end of the Magic Eisomarto and the start of the Tunison Ulysses shenanigans, I will do what? I'll play some games. So I'll probably play some games right now, I guess. If there's somebody out there who wants to give the old Uncle Boitster a gimme game, I'm happy to oblige and give you some terrible practice or some hilarious new ideas. So schmackety schmack schmack as we lumifade into the blackness, and then the game comes in. And then the game. Don't ask me why it takes that long for the stuff to all register, but then the game. Wait, do I have to hold on before this happens? Give me a second here. Mods. I do have to update. Oh no! Okay. Well. Do I need to restart? I hope not. Let's go back over to this thing. How's everyone going? What's been happening this week? I had a very nice day off yesterday. We played basketball. Well, I played basketball, and it was a really annoying game. It was a really annoying game, the basketball. I can't take a day off. Technically, I didn't take a day off. I was still doing shit, but I just was taking it easy. There's no such thing as a day off when it comes to fucking my life. But whatever. Whatever. It's not a real day off. It's just I don't stream. I took a day off streaming. We're still working. Tried to make it seem like it's not normal, you know? Everybody's supposed to take like 1 day, 2 days here or there. Some people take 5 days off work too, you know? Yeah, what did I organize? I organized something yesterday. I can't remember. It's too much of a blur. I definitely did shit yesterday, but I want to pretend like I'm taking time off, so pretend like there's not going to be some ridiculous burnout in the middle of this month. All right. So I need a secretary. Soup, would you like to be my secretary? I keep on getting this really, really weird comment, and I want to address it because it's really fucking weird. Somebody is requesting me to do something and asking me how much money it would cost for me to do this thing. No, it's not going to happen. That's me addressing it. You're not, just send me money and I'm not going to do it. That's fine. You can send me the money if you like. I'm happy to take it. I'm happy to then throw it at random events for Age Mythology, but I'm not doing it. You guys can chill. If you want me to start an OnlyFans page, it's not going to happen. Just stop asking for free. Anyways, let me tell you about the basketball game while I organize this. So we played this team, and it's a team that I would say that my team is like head and shoulders talent-wise better than. It's not even, the other team had maybe one really good player and the rest not so good, basically. Anyways, we played this team, and if it's this, sorry, Rono, we're going for someone else. And for some reason, this Myth DE URL looks really weird. Anyways, we're playing this team, and they basically played, they have like 3 big guys, and they played this zone. If you guys know anything about basketball, I know you're all probably watching the World Cup and you don't give a fuck about basketball. Anyways, they played this ridiculously tight zone, which basically didn't play defense on us outside the key. So we could just shoot without anyone defending us, which normally against our team, we've got some pretty good shooters. Normally it doesn't work. And in fact, at the start of the game, we probably hit about 3 or 4 threes to start the game off. They didn't make any they didn't adapt to that at all. They were just like, just keep shooting. And so we kept shooting. We did play some other sort of ideas later in the game, but we kept shooting, and the ball we just weren't getting the points. We weren't getting any points in. And then on top of that, we were missing the easy points as well. We were getting like some layups that just weren't going in, or like some close to the ring shots that just weren't going in. And I think we ended up losing the game by about 5 points. But I think if we'd made half of the easy shots, we probably would have had about 65 points or something to their 40 something. So it was a frustrating game because I'm like playing the big man role in this team, and the other team wasn't playing defense on our guards, on our wings, like outside. So I'm like sitting here being like, I'm basically just attracting 3 people, 4 people to defend me, or basically stop me and stop any other drive, anything inside the key. They were just playing a really, really shitty zone, and we just didn't punish it. And I walked away from the game being somewhat annoyed at that, but also it wasn't just me. It was there was another player on my team who didn't quite realize what was going on and was upset that he wasn't getting the ball because he's kind of new. I tried to explain it to him that that's sort of just what happens in basketball sometimes. Like these people just weren't playing. They weren't playing defense, and we didn't take advantage of it, and we lost the game. And it wasn't because of anyone being unselfish, but now now there's a whole bunch of drama around that, and I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? So we got drama in the basketball world now. That's my story. What's the age/skill gap in your league? I mean, it's open, like it's above 18. So 18 plus, I guess. It's just like an open mixed league. I want to join a men's league, I think, is what I want to do, because I joined this mixed league because my friend organized it, and I thought it would be a half decent idea, or a good idea for like exercise and shit. But now I want to join the men's league now that I'm a little bit more fit and a little bit more skilled, but I'm also worried that it's just going to be a little too physical for little old my unk body. You guys should sign LeBron. Yeah, I heard he's a free agent. That's kind of wild. Do I need to go on to gold here? I think I do. I think the next villager needs to go to gold. Otherwise, I don't get 150 gold. I should say good luck, have fun. But he got Uranus, so I'm not happy about that. But I do have this god, so at least I can just go kill him if he does something stupid. Right, Thundercloud Shawl is there. I think we just keep coming onto wood, no? Like, we'll go one more on wood and then we come over onto food. Where is more drama, in B-Ball between you and I? B-Ball, definitely. Jung and I don't think I've ever had any drama with Jung. Jung just like thinks he can't. Jung's just stolen the raw game plan of not building any of using villages as your army, and he applied it to China about 20 years too late. Like Chrono JJ came in, showed everyone how it's done, and then Jung said, wait, what if I apply that same concept to China? And he thinks he's being innovative or something. Sorry, Jung, I'm just kidding. We just making jokes.
Nanda?
Okay, I got 3 more fishing ships to get. I got to get a house out as well. I think I build a house with a wood villager here. It's fine. Basketball is fun until nobody plays defense. Well, it's like they're just sitting in the... They're just like packing the paint. Like they just wouldn't come out and defend our wings. And it's like, okay, if you're not going to go there out and it's going to be 4 people sitting or 5 people sitting in the key, then as a big man, as someone who's playing in the paint, I mean, to some degree, it's on us for not working out what way to have played and to have exploited them a little better. But I also think we had really good shots and we just didn't they just didn't go in. Do you know what I mean? That was sort of the situation.
Nanda?
We should go 2 TC here. I think that's fine. I think it's fine to go 2 TC. Hopefully we don't die straight away, but I should have put it over here. Let me get one of these guys out. Actually, we'll send you over here. We'll drop the thing down and we'll go 2 TC. Just smiting Gusted into the hoop. That's actually not the worst idea you've ever had, Mr. Ben. Okay.
Nanda?
Alright, now we're gonna grab our upgrade. I want to just see if he's going. He's going Oceanus, right? He did. So you run over here and just see if he's going for a town center or not. I'm gonna build this wall like this. Alright. Actually, don't grab that. I want to get myself this upgrade. We'll get ourselves all our upgrades.
Nanda? 了解。何？行くね。ん？任せろ。行くぞ。指示は？了解。建築担当。了解。なんだ？はい。建築担当。
Try and get the wall set up. Just double check he is on 2 TCs here instead of the 1. Oh, he's not? He might be on this one. Surely he's gone 2 TCs. I don't believe he hasn't gone 2 TCs here. Not with back elephant, back gold mine. Okay, we get towers. I may have been. The slightest bit too cavalier with this whole thing. I got so much gold. I want these guys off of this onto wood, please. I want these guys onto cows. I want another. I want stable. I think we go for what? Let's grab ourselves upgrades here. I need to get another scout in here. I don't believe he's not on 2 TCs, right? I scouted both of them. Unless he's gone just a handful of units and then TC. Let's put some weird choke points on that second town center there. Maybe get a stable in like this. Here he comes. Yeah, now he's scared of going there. I think on this top side, if I can get a tower up. Actually, I might go another tower up here. Like really make, because if he's just gonna go full all in, I just need to survive. Because I'll come out very much in front here. GG! I did it! I beat Aranos! Let's go! Why make Ondamusha versus Oceanus? I think you make Ondamusha versus Oceanus because you need to kill off the Carnivora, and they don't die to the Carnivora. That being said, given the situation, I probably shouldn't have built them. Should have gone into the Samurai only at the start. And then wherever the Carnivora gets dropped, I'll just run away from it and maybe build an Onimusha afterwards. But having them out isn't bad. They give a nice threat to the Carnivora, I guess. Yeah, I think this map he should have gone Prometheus and played a 2TC boom type thing and played a defense if I decide to go 1TC with the 1 Udor. Very easy to do that with the Sky Passage here and over here. And then you can sack the town center if I go and attack it. And then push over here, push him off this. By the time he jumps from here over to here and I start moving into his main base, by that stage, he would have paid off everything and be able to survive and be able to push back. Or he plays 2TC versus 2TC in that situation and we have a game. But yeah. That was a fun one. Thank you, Eisomarto. Good luck in your games tonight. I hope that was a nice warm-up game. You heard I lost to a women's basketball. No, it's mixed. It's 3 guys and 2 girls. And our team has 3 guys and 2 girls as well. I feel like I'm getting hate watched. And I don't like it. Can't you just, like, just get on with the good times rather than trying to be shitty? That would be nice. I crushed his confidence for tonight, yeah. I'll just be, I'll crush it even more. This is my level, right? This is me as the Age Mythology commentator. The level of magic. So you can't see how high it goes. It's a mountain. Magic is like a mountain of level. Like his level goes up above. You can't even see it because it just keeps going up. Good luck, guys. A machine. I love watch. Wait, thanks, Ben. I love watch you. You're awesome. The one I'm literally read everything that you guys write. How short is everyone else? Is 5'8"? 5'8" is the big man. I'm 6'2" or something. I don't know. 6'2", 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". Hate watchers bring in the big bucks, do they? Okay, well, I guess. Sorry, I'm sure they'll get bored. All right. The Hyperion upgrade for Hero Oracles is 100% bugged. Which one? What do you mean? In what way? Tiny Thor, thanks, man. We've probably got time for one-ish more games. One-ish. Also, if anyone is here that's only just joined in and yeah, I didn't tell you to do this, but I did make this specific post on Reddit. I just want you guys to have a look at it if you like. You can look at it if you like. You don't have to. But if you want to take a look, and there's this weird thing you can do where you push an arrow. You can click on that, and it's like kind of free, and it helps. This guy is having a fun time. I like it. All right, I'll have some water. That was a nice game, Soup. I enjoyed watching you on the Tezcat Lapoca. That was a fun game to watch. This Tez God is something else. Yeah. I think the thing that upsets me about playing this god is that unlike the other two, I feel like I can play Classical Age. I've tried so many times with Tezcat Lapoca to make it work, and I'm just not able to do it. Could just be me. I feel like I can play Classical Age with these two, but I feel like I can't play Classical Age with Tezcat Lapoca. I have to play for the Heroic Age, which isn't like a bad thing by any stretch. If he is a fast Heroic Demon and that's just what he does, it's fine. But I've been trying to find my way through the Classical Age, and I don't think it exists. I think you have to get to the Heroic Age because it just makes this thing so much better. Like losing two of the laser turret boys and then getting myself a Tsitsa middle as the worst one is like that's a feels good moment. But losing two of these guys and then getting a bunny that you can't upgrade, that's a feels bad, you know, or getting a snake you can't upgrade, that's a feels bad. The snake though is really good, and the turret is really good by itself with the upgrade applied. Both of these things with their upgrade applied are really good. At least I feel like they're really good. They were good when I played with Witzel-Pochli. I felt like this had a lot of merit. I feel like the bunny has a lot of merit when you have the upgrade, but without the upgrade, I feel like you have to have the Heroic Age units. And then of course, the other thing is the Heroic Age units that you unlock with the Aztecs are obviously quite nice. Didn't think of it during the game, but Millen destroys Shogun. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for sure. That makes a lot of sense. I think the way that I was playing with Witzel-Pochli, I actively tried to stay away from the hero abuse to see, like, because obviously it's going to get nerfed. I don't know if it's been nerfed enough or not yet. But I played some games of this god versus and trying to play Classical Age, and it's really, really strong. If you play this god with Witzel-Pochli, this is really strong for whatever reason. I think it's partly because you can grab a second town center and basically get the refund. It gives you basically like a Norse town center feeling, if that makes sense. Like if this specific upgrade, like it allows me to drop a town center and feel like it's a Norse town center, which if that makes any sense, it's like it's like I put the town center down, but I'm not like behind because of it. If that makes sense. Like, I don't know how to exactly explain it. Like Norse can put their town center down at like 7 minutes and it's fine. Versus someone who put their town center down at 5. You can do that with Witzel-Pochli, which makes this even stronger because you can play like an early game Malinal Xochitl, put the pressure on, then drop the town center after they've gone to town center, and you can play a nice game. This guy as well, I mean, you can play either one. I think for some reason, why do you think this is the case? Why do you think this god, I think it's because of the Kalpuli butt boost, right? This god feels fine to play a one town center classical fight with, especially like with Wei Coyotl, but this one doesn't. And I think it's because of the Kalpuli. Of course, you can play this guy. This guy is just good, and this guy doesn't have that guy, but he does have this one. So these two should feel somewhat similar. But this guy feels way better when playing. I think it's also because of the bloodletting. It's like I can grab this tech right away, and then I've got the confidence to be out on the map. Whereas this guy, I have to sack a villager to get this one, and that feels really bad because I'm not getting. It's not help. Well, I guess I have to pay for it in a way because the warrior priest is there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's fine, and I'm just playing it wrong. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. The Noble's Heart bonuses are amazing, but I still don't think there's a situation where I want to build Maybe this is why I suck with this god as well. But I don't feel like there's a situation where I want to build the Ocelot Warrior in the classical age. I feel like this is a bait unit, but I might be wrong on that. I've been wrong so many times on things. So I'm not gonna say I'm right on that one, but that's just my feeling. Like I just want to build these two. These are the units that I want to build in the classical age, and then I'll build these guys afterwards once I have some economy. Also, damage deck is pretty good for a pure ambush strategy. The problem with it is just that at least this is my feeling on it. The problem with it is that the resource cost, unless you're doing the ambush strategy, if you're doing the ambush strategy, yes. If you can always take advantage of the ambush, then this is a worthwhile unit to build in the classical age, for sure. But if you can't make use of it, then the resource cost of the Ocelot Warrior for stats gained is just way less than what you get from building these guys. If that makes sense. These guys get more stats for the resources you put in. This guy gets more stats for the population. I don't think I'm going to get this game in. Maybe we can watch a game leading into the other thing. I think shall we find a game to watch? Let me have a look. Let's see what's been happening on the ladder. We've got Ra Enjoyer versus Pegasus. Big fat Zeus abuse. We've got... Should we watch another game of Egyptian having struggles on the ladder? I need to find a game of the Egyptian player winning. Okay, when you're 300, 400 elo above your opponent, Egyptian gets wins. I see that. All right. There's a win. Let's watch this one. When you're 600 elo above your opponent, you can get a win. Where's another Egyptian? I'm not seeing there's one Egyptian win here versus someone who's somewhat close level. If you're 50 elo behind, you lose. Let me watch this game actually. This one's gonna put the nail in the coffin for the Egyptian is weak narrative that I've been working so hard to form. All right. Okay, so we got two players here. This is Zuklo, who is, I guess, like at the moment, top 20 roughly is what I would put him at if I had to take a guess in terms of what every player's level is. And his opponent is Craghack, who is probably somewhat outside the top 20 if I had to take a guess, but has got some really, really strong Norse gameplay, which, you know, he's very, very good. There was a game between Dudu Asset and Soup as Noir, which is a total fiesta. Yeah, I did see that game. Well, I saw part of it. I never have time to watch an entire game unless I'm sitting down watching it. But I did see that game. I've been in similar situations versus Dudu's Egyptian as well with China. You have to kind of know how to make it happen. Wow, Tunison redeemed Gigantify X30. I don't even know what that means, but thank you, my guy. Appreciate it. Keto told me Troll Pack Tower Rushed him as Teska recently. That's funny. The Tower Rush with Warrior Priests could be good. Idea is Tower Rush with the Priest, drop spike traps on top of the tower. Right? Surely that makes sense. Surely that's a good strat. Probably not a good strat, but it would be funny. I don't like playing those types of games. I don't like playing the tower rush type ideas. I remember the last time I did a tower rush was, actually no, this is a lie. It's not. The last time I did a tower rush was the Noir on Noir launch day. The first game I played of Noir, I did a tower rush, said it was silly, and said this should get nerfed, and then I didn't touch it again because I thought it was silly. Am I saying tower rush or tower rush? You can't tell the difference. Tower. Do you want me to say tower rush? My American accent. No, I can't do it. It's not good. It's very not good. Okay. Or I don't know where I'm going with that accent either. Anyways, the one time I ever seriously did tower rushes was in Age of Empires 4. I was doing tower rushes with the Chinese because they had a building bonus. They were building faster, and I thought, well, if they're building faster and the tower is this strong, why don't I just put it on my opponent's face and then win games? And I did win games. And I still to this day think that it was stupid. Me mum's mate? What's your mum's mate done? Is Whit's a good 2TC god? I wouldn't say he's a good fast second town center god. I would say he is a good pressure into second town center god. I wouldn't play a fast second town center with wits. I might play a fast 3 town center with wits. Actually, I have done that before. That's good. Because you can build the first one for free, effectively, with Blood Pact. And then you can drop the second one, and then you're good to go. But it should probably be a village center and a settlement, or 2 village centers. Anyways. Okay, so at the moment we have Loki versus Set. This is not an easy matchup for Loki from the history of Age of Mythology, but there was also a time where a certain someone by the name of Matrius, when Loki was quite strong back in 2024 because of the 5.72 shout out to Ragnarok's Herser, what Matrius was able to do with the speedy Herser was shut down the power spike of the Egyptian classical army by basically just raiding the Egyptian player into the ground, forcing the Egyptian player to need to play more of a slow defensive game, and then he would be able to motor along the game and win with like Nidhogg or something like that a little bit later. But in Retold, that hasn't really been possible. Now that the Herser is at 5.5 speed when you get Hall of Thanes and you get Eyes in the Forest, it does open up those types of ideas. Now, of course, the other thing here that you know is that because you're playing Loki, now this should be the same, this should be the case for every single Norse god, but for some reason it's not. Because you're playing as Norse, because you're playing as Loki, you're going to be opening up with a bunch of Herser. Should mean that the simple answer to that, without even needing to scout, is to just make Axemen off the bat. So one cool thing that you can do to take advantage early game of Set as an Egyptian in general is actually to not go for a Great Hall right away, but actually go for a Longhouse immediately. And that gives you the throwing Axemen, which can back up your Herser and take out these Axemen really quickly. Random Shifting Sands and a second town center here from Zukalo. This is, I have to say, very strange. Very, very strange. There's nothing on this town center worth grabbing. There's 2 gold mines behind him, but yeah, this is very, very, very strange. I think if I'm Craghack here, I say, great, let me do a heroic age timing on you while raiding you into the ground. You want me to watch that game as well? Jeepers, a 41-minute game featuring a tower rush. Maybe I'll cast that for the tubers tomorrow. J-Red rather than on stream. Good micro from Zucolo. Keeps his Hersa alive. Oh, keeps his Axeman alive, I should say. And this is not good for Craghack at all. Second Talon Center is the option from Craghack. That's interesting. I feel like he, with the spy seeing this, surely Njord. Surely like a Njord timing attack here would just be game over for Zucolo. He doesn't have shifting sands to run. All right, let's charge through here. A little bit of damage. A little bit of damage. Nice kills. I need to see where this goes wrong here for, well, of course, it gets raided over here. But he's still got a villager lead. Then again, the economic advantage of playing Loki is inside of the Hersa. This is a really good control from Craghack. Zucolo has missed macroed a little bit. Got a lot of gold in the bank, but he did get pushed off with his food. That's why that macro got, like, why that macro maybe slipped up. Ocelot Warriors worth making over Spearmen? I think they're, like I said, I think they're only worth making in the classical age if you're actively hunting to use the ambush mechanic, which the ambush mechanic is a attack speed boost from jumping out of the forest. If you're not actively hunting to use that, then, and every fight that you take, you're using the ambush mechanic, then it's better to make Spearmen and Tequila Archers. Is Demeter still viable? I think Demeter is really strong right now, yes. Like, I would say, at the moment, I get the feeling that pretty much every Pantheon is viable to be picked in tournament. The only Pantheon that I would stay away from in tournament at the moment is Egyptian. Because I think that it is... While I do think you can win with Egyptian, I think that every single win you get with Egyptian is what I'd like to call some type of BS. Some type of BS is the way that I think about Egyptian right now. And most of it is rolling the dice on that like chance that you get it. It's not even that, well, yeah, no, Egyptian is weak. If you don't get the BS, like if you don't drop a meteor and it kills off the entirety of the opponent's army, or you don't hit some sort of like shifting sands thing that catches your opponent off guard, or you don't just like some sort of like random BS that catches your opponent off guard, basically. If you don't hit that, you're not going to win the game. That's what I've been seeing. That's the only wins that I see from Egyptian is someone getting caught off guard. Or someone making a very, very big throw. For example, Recon versus Rappel on Mirage. It was like a Susanoo versus Isis game, and Recon tried to fight in a choke point and his units just weren't doing anything. That's the dealio there. So I would, if I was playing a tournament right now, my picks would be Aztec, China, Japan, Atlantean as the main four, and I would be picking Norse very, very happily, and I would be picking Greek very, very happily into any of those if I had to. Like I would feel comfortable to play Norse and Greek if I had to, but I would pick the other ones over them. I may have missed it, but what makes this matchup less bad for So it's the speed of the Hearser, but this game isn't going the way that I would expect this game to go. I would have expected Zuklo to play a one town center army, like a army ball, like a death ball of classical age units. That's what Norse generally struggles against, including Loki. But he went for a second town center. He's gone 2 TC heroic age as well. He is currently behind on military in a really big way right now from the raids, because he can't raid the Norse player with the units that he's got. Like, if he tries to raid with Spearmen, he runs into Hearser. And if he tries to raid with Axemen, he runs into the raiding cavalry. So he can't really do that. The only way he gets raids off is Anubites, which he doesn't have. And even those will have some issues here, I think, because they don't move fast enough to get away from the Hearser now. Original 3, bottom 3. Yeah, I'm not sure but that's just on me though. Like, if you're someone like Divine, who's got a really, really good Greek, then obviously Greek is going to be a god that he's going to be happy to play and pick. But like, if I'm Soup, I'm probably picking Hades. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, if I'm Matrius, I want to pick Poseidon. If I'm Mosker, I want to pick Poseidon. Like, if I'm Eric, I want to pick Zeus. Like, they're really good gods. It's just I don't have the good Greeks. I'm happy to play them. I'm gonna have a good game with them, but they're not my best. As opposed to my Egyptian, which should be my best, because I've put the most time into Egyptian, but Egyptian is... I'm just not winning with Egyptian anymore. So either I've gotten shit, or Egyptian is not winning the games that I would normally be winning with them. I mean, Egyptian is... I think bad is the wrong way to shape it. Egyptian is obviously capable of getting wins. That is without doubt the case, but it comes in the form of BS. So if you don't hit the BS, you're gonna lose. So you've got to hit the BS, whatever the BS is. And how do I define BS? The basically catching your opponent out, getting some ridiculous max value out of something that basically requires your opponent to be caught out, is how Egyptian is winning the game at the moment. That's my take. Eric doesn't want to pick... Well, he should. He should want to pick Zeus. Yeah, things like Shifting Sands, Scarabrush, things like Shifting Sands with Migdol in your face, things like a meteor, like a tornado, that sort of stuff. Like getting huge value out of those and hitting your timings, playing really good macro versus someone who is maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, chariots are the only real good thing. Like, chariot, spearman, and elephant are the only things that... Like, look at the difference here. This game shouldn't be this bad for our set player. Look at how far behind he is. This poor guy.
Into you.
Of course, don't go 2 TC versus Loki is the takeaway here, but... I do want to see the 1 TC Egyptian. Last time I saw a 1 TC Egyptian, the Egyptian player lost and Soup won. Every time it's Egyptian not playing well. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think that Craghack played okay, but did he play better than Zuklo in this game? Did he play 16-minute, 38-second, 12k resource advantage better than Zuklo? Let's have a look. Let's take a little look-see at it. I would say the idle villager, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He had 2 more idle village, significant idle villager times than the Loki. So the Loki player had two better, like played a tiny bit better on the idle villagers. Let's look at all resources spent. This is the red player, right? Krykak is that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus. Now I don't know how much this is good macro or just spamming shift whatever or shift Q or whatever and not actually macroing correctly. But if this is correct, then the graph here looks better for, like, in terms of this person macroed better. It looks like the set player macroed better than the Loki player. Now, of course, the Loki player had more resources, but did he have more villagers? Only at this stage did he get to equal. But of course, being behind on, being behind on resource total doesn't really mean anything, as set has the cheaper units. Makes sense. We take a look at the military resource value. Our set player just, look at this. He just couldn't get units out. I don't even know what happened. I wasn't even watching it though. Anyways, that there is the game. Slingers just need to have 6 base speed and Eggy will be fine. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I want to see this set just spam army and win those soup. Didn't you beat that the last time you played it? And then Norse got buffed again after that. I think you're wrong. I don't actually think spamming army, spamming classical army and just beating Norse at the moment is actually what's going on. So let me see if I can find another one of those matchups at the, like, let's just go 1800 plus. I just want to see it. Not many Norse players out on the ladder though. Not many Egyptian players either. So it's kind of hard to, at the top level, it's kind of hard to find those sorts of games. Especially seeing the patch just came out. What happened in this game? Oh, that was a town center at 9 minutes with not much done beforehand. Okay, let's have a look. We have Mosca and John Arbiter. This one here. You go TC? Man, everyone's just going TC though. Like even Mosca versus the John Arbitrator, he goes TC rather than just spamming units. I mean, of course, it's like probably Mosca who just doesn't care and he's just like, lol, it's John, I can do whatever I want. All the times army spam at 12 minutes. Recently, I haven't seen it. That's the point. Norse just got buffed, soup. That's the point. You're like living in the past. You're living in a world where the raiding cavalry isn't the best isn't the best cavalry unit in the game by a country mile. That's what I'm saying. Wait, that's not the game. We just watched this. Where'd it go? I lost it. This is not the game either. Where's the game? Alright, I give up. I don't even want to watch this one anyways. Let's check this one out. We got Barchi and Divine. Let's have a little look-see. Is there a town center here? Nope. Fantastic. I don't think there was, at least. Great. Could it be that both are true? Egyptian Eggy needs buff and Eggy players need to do better? No. There are enough multi-god players at the moment agreeing with what I'm saying that I think that it's not the case. Let's speed on. I've got 10 minutes until the Magic versus Eisomarto. Look, here's the point. If the multi-god players say that that Egyptian is feeling weak, and the only people saying that Egyptian is not feeling weak are people who don't play Egyptian. I mean, it could all be wrong. I'm not even. I don't think we're ever going to see. I don't think we're ever going to see another balance patch from. At least not for a while. I think the balance patches of. We had our massive influx of balance changes. But let's watch this game and see what happens. Egyptian barracks units are still very strong. Well, let's check it out because this game here is Odin from Divine. And it's Barchi. Both play. I mean, I wouldn't say Divine's Odin is the best. So we'll see how this goes. This is the first Norse versus Egyptian game where the Egyptian player played one talent center, and he is going for Sphinxy boys and raids versus a player who doesn't build walls. Actually, I have heard that Divine builds walls as Norse. I have heard that. Egyptian needs more hero units? I don't think that's true. I don't think Egyptian struggles versus myth units. Except for specific myth units. And even then, it's, like, winnable, in my opinion. Or it's not... The reason you lose isn't because of that myth unit. It's because of other things. Like, for example, if I play versus, I don't know, Cyclops, Toxotes, I lose not because the priest is doing poorly, but because I'm building Slinger. I should have been building Chariot Archer. Oh, he did go 2 TC. Okay, well, Divine went 2 TC. That's a surprise. Divine went 2 TC. All right, so this should be a free. Wait, this should be a free win for the Ra, right? Oh, he went talent center behind it though. What the fuck? I can't find a game of a Ra player just going mass army and winning. Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. He probably should be attacking a different spot. This doesn't really make sense. This game doesn't make sense either. The attack doesn't make sense. Of course he's going to defend this. The Sphinx ran straight into the Hersa. No micro from Barchi. I can't find a fucking game to prove my point because they're all just people being bad. Obviously. That's all it is. Let's see if I can find one. I'm going to keep searching. I've got 5 minutes to find a game that proves my point. I just watched that one. I got a set versus a new WoW game. 14-minute 51 victory from the set player. Okay. Hang on. Let me just have a quick look at this. Okay. All right. Let's check this out. This one, I think this is gonna. I think this is gonna be the game that proves my point. Right here, we got the best set player, able to topple the likes of 2,000 plus rated players consistently, except for when he is going up against the completely imbalanced, broken Norse. I didn't drop Egyptian. I'm still trying. I just played like a butt ton of Egyptian games. I can't win. And then I play other gods and I win. And I'm just like, well, either I'm sucking or this god is shit. It could be that I'm sucking and I'm not sucking with the other gods. I'm okay with accepting that. We got Dudu the Spartan, best set player on the ladder. Most set games, most experienced set player on the ladder. Completely understands the god better than everyone else. Watch him go. Okay, Pharaoh, forward Pharaoh. No, he's going for a relic. That's new. That's new. I haven't seen that in a while. Okay. Alright. Zucolo is actually the one rushing. Does lose a Herser, but picks off a mining camp. Love it. Can someone tell me where is Dudu's resources? What did he spend it on? He's grabbing Necropolis? Poor guy. He just wants a little bit more favor. I mean, this Norseman coming in. This Norseman coming in. What is happening here? To be honest, the Pharaoh is getting mad value right now. This Pharaoh, look, he's got 2 kills, 380 damage. Don't drop him. Come on, Dudu, you can do this. Get yourself the Axeman out. Come on, there you go. 1 Axeman and you defend it. It's all good. 1 Elephant and you defend it as well. Nice. Herso down. Another Herso down. Pause. Who came out in front this far? Dudu, I know, this game counts. Who comes out in front right now after all of that exchange? The idle time versus the lost units. I think that the set comes out in front. Loki came out with 22 favor. That's a bonus, but that was a lot of lost units for idle time, basically. Maybe I'm wrong. Loki favored big? Maybe. You never let him play like that again? Good job, Dudu. Nah, this is stock standard for Egyptian. You get rushed by the Norse player, you're not going to be able to have your barracks up. The only real way to defend is to have priests out early. And then that slows down your barracks production anyways. But anyways, that's... I guess you can put a barracks here and a barracks over here, and then only one dies. Look, he's just got way more stuff. Poor Dudu. Our game is about to start for Game of Fun, by the way. Let me have a quick look and see what they're doing in the chat. I've prepared everything. Uh-huh. Well, see, Dudu just got that unlucky game where the Egyptian gets the forward gold mine and gets ruined. That's all it is. So if Egyptian, you just have to wait for the Egyptian to not have a forward gold mine. Then Egyptian might be playable. All right, I got to change scenes at the moment, and we will be right back. Wow, we're back! Wow! Oops. That's not supposed to say qualifier day 2. Hold on. I thought I did this, but I didn't apparently. Give me 1 second. All right. Perfect. Dudu wants to play, but we got a tournament to. Wait, it didn't change it. Wait, refresh. Oh, there we go. All right. We've got Magic and Eisomarto here. Let me change all this, and we go. Let me fix that up. Perfect. All right. These guys are not yet. We have the tiniest little bit of a delay. That's okay. We can talk about the bracket, actually. Sure. That's a good idea. All right. So, actually, I might... do I do that? Actually, I've got an idea. I don't know if I should be doing this or not, but I'm going to. Hey! Almost. I almost got it right. All right. So let me show you guys the very, very cool bracket for the moment before we jump into their draft because they're still working on it and I don't yet have the stuff. Actually, we could do it over here as well. 1 second. One second. We are midweek Gameathlon at the moment, so that is the story. Is this one going to be better? Can I get this somewhere? No. All right. I'm just going to do it like this. All right. Schmack. Okay. And it grows bigger. Amazing. So we've got Recon Garneth. We got El Matador B. We got Grass Hells. We got Magic Eisomarto. We got Mosca Zucolo, Mini Yeti Eric, Tunison Ulysses, Soup, and Matrius. And the road to the finals there for both players is looking pretty bloodthirsty. No, that's not the word. There's a lot of shenanigans here. There's some very, very crazy stuff that's going to be happening. So, for example, we could see Recon Mosca in the finals. We could see Recon Tunison, Recon Soup. We could see El Matador or B finals against those players. Maybe Eric gets some upsets and gets to the finals. Maybe Ulysses has been playing well recently. He might get to the finals too. Magic, obviously, in that top bracket. Grass as well. There's lots of different players that could potentially win this first playoff. So, yeah, there's going to be... there's going to be a lot of chances here. There's 5 playoffs that are going to come through. 5. So keep that in the back of your mind. So if they do lose, it's not the end of the world. It's the end of their week, though, if they lose. And then, of course, your performance in the bracket this week impacts your seeding for the bracket next week. So if somebody gets to the semifinals, for example, this week, then their tournament elo will go up, and that'll give them a a better seed for the next week, for an easier route to the finals or whatever, and so on and so forth. So what should end up happening is that by the end of the playoffs, that we do actually have the top 5 players, and it's not just, oh, that guy got a good bracket. It's no, that guy consistently played well, stuck in it for every one of the playoffs, got to the last one, and then was able to win, for example, or somewhere in the middle too. So yeah, there's a lot of shenanigans afoot here for the next 5 weeks. Let me quickly have a look at what this is going to look like here. All right, let's jump over to the drafting menu, and we will do this. And we do have Magic, and we have Eisomarto, and they have drafted their maps right now as they're going to be going into their draft for the tournament, for the series, I should say, not for the tournament. It can change every tournament. We'll see how they're going to pick these gods, what they're going to be excluding, and all that other good stuff. I don't believe these two have met before in tournament. I don't even know if they've played very much on the ladder. Magic is one of those players who, to be honest, hasn't played a huge amount of this game. Like, if I take a look at his ladder games, he's played less than 500, or maybe a little over 500. Yeah, a little over 500 total games on the ladder. So, yeah, he really hasn't played a huge amount of games here. I think against Eisomarto, Magic has played a grand total of 5 games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And would you guys like to guess how many games, or what's the head-to-head record between these two on the ladder? Come on, Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Let me okay. 5-0 for Iso. Nope. It is indeed 5-0 for the Magic Man. So there is a significant confidence sort of thing that starts off here for Magic in this one, because he knows that he's beaten this guy many, many times. However, I have to say, Eisomarto has been impressing me recently with his gameplay. He's been finding a lot of very, very specific types of wins that you know, he's basically finding the power points for his gods and playing to them really, really effectively. And what do I mean by that? It means like, okay, analyze, like in the moment gaming, where you go, my opponent is doing so and so, so how do I take full advantage of that? And he's finding those advantage points, he's finding those power spikes, and he's getting wins where that's concerned. So Eisomarto has been very, very, very strong recently. So I'm excited to see how he's going to go. The other thing is that Magic, he started playing the game, I don't know, maybe a month, maybe 2 months ago, since he went on his hanging up the gloves sort of mission. He has now picked up the gloves for his return journey to the top. And he was a player that has literally came second, I think, second or third. He has the most seconds and thirds in basically the same as Recon. So Magic and Recon they're similar in the amount of seconds and thirds. I think Recon has a little bit more seconds, second place finishes in S tier tournaments than Magic does, but he's definitely there. He's had those tournament results and been very consistent where that's concerned as well. So yeah, very, 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 very strong player when he wants to be. And I know that he wants this because there's nothing more cool to an Age of Mythology expert, to a top player like Magic, who's played the game at the top level for as long as he has. And also for Eisomarto, but there's nothing more cool for us than to say, we're flying across the world to meet up with 8 other people who we've played this game with together for, some of us, 24 years. Some of us 24 years of shenanigans. So yeah, it's kind of cool. So this is something that everybody wants a lot. Everybody wants this. So they're trying to vie for their ticket to Athens, and it's not going to be easy games. There's not going to be one easy game here, I think, in the first playoffs here. So yes, this is their draft. This is what we've got. So Magic starts this draft out, and he does ban out Kronos. Kronos is a god that I think if you are prepared, if you are prepared for Kronos, it's a god you can happily not pick up at the start of the draft. If you're prepared for it and you're ready to defend what's coming, it's fine to leave that unbanned. But if you haven't put the effort into learning how to beat him, which is effort for all 5 or 6 of your picks, right? You have to have something in the back of your head to how to deal with Kronos. Then it's probably better to ban him out. Just on the fact that one random rush that you're not ready to deal with, or alternatively, the other pathway that Kronos can take, which is very not rush heavy. If you're not prepared to deal with it, it's just going to be a loss. So it's a little safer to keep that Kronos there. Alrighty. So now we've got the Quetzalcoatl ban from Eisomarto. Magic has been playing a really good Quetzalcoatl. I think it's one of his favorite gods from the Aztecs. It's a very, very fun god to play. Magic then bans out the Uranus. I'm not exactly sure on the Uranus ban here. I don't think that Eisomarto is necessarily an Uranus main. So a little bit confused on the Uranus ban. And yeah, a little bit confused on the Uranus ban, and then Tsukiyomi ban from Eisomarto, as then Magic then picks up Gaia first, leaving open Susanoo and Huitzilopochtli, which is 2 of the best picks right now in the game, I would say. I could be wrong on that, but I feel like they're 2 of the best picks. So Magic feeling confident that he can outplay and win these matchups. So he picks the guy, he leaves open Susanoo, Huitzilopochtli, then picks Fuxi and Frere. Frere being picked this early on from Magic is also another. I'm not surprised about the Fuxi pick, okay? We'll talk about that maybe a little bit later. I'm not surprised about the Fuxi pick. The Frere pick, maybe for Gorge, maybe for Budapest, does make some sense. It does make some sense. But it is a wild 3rd pick. It's not a pick that I would be thinking there. Okay. And then Eisomarto picks Loki and Shenong. I do think both of these gods are fantastic picks as well. Loki, fantastic on Budapest, fantastic on Mirage. Shenong is going to be fantastic on Giza, fantastic on Gorge, also pickable on Steppe, and potentially also pickable on Mirage too. Maybe even on Budapest as a bit of an off sort of beat pick there. Then Magic's grabbing that Nuwa Amaterasu. Those are 2 picks that I would have expected to go a little bit earlier in this draft. Nuwa is a god that, or goddess, I should say, that has really risen in stock, in my opinion, in the last patch. I think she's an amazing pick right now. Definitely one that I would be prioritizing at the moment. Very, very, very strong. But falling this low in the draft is wild. But there's lots and lots of opportunities to grab that. And Amaterasu is never going to be bad, I think. Very strong too. And then Eisomarto picks Thor and Isis last. I'm not surprised to see Magic not picking Egyptian at all in his draft, even if he's happy to say that Egyptians are not bad. He's not going to pick them. They don't suit his playstyle at all. And then Poseidon at the end here for Magic. And our first game is going to be a Poseidon versus Susanoo matchup on Steppe. And I think here, I could be wrong, but I think this specific pick from Magic is really smart. Susanoo here from Eisomarto makes a lot of sense. Susanoo makes a lot of sense on this map. You play a nice defensive game at the start. You play one town center no matter what, because it's going to be an open map, and then you're going to be able to take all of the timing attacks. But Poseidon has got this early pressure that Magic is going to be able to utilize to set Susanoo on the back foot, and he's going to be able to build on that advantage early on, so such that he doesn't fall too far behind. And then from there, has to really dive into the Susanoo advantages. Papa Yafito, did I say that right? Jeff says, what is Magic's playstyle anyways? Okay, so Magic's playstyle, and I'm going to put this in a way that has been said to me many a time from one of my favorite Swedish people in the world. This, I think, is Swedish. Nullra. Magic's playstyle is this. He's going to start the game off, and he's going to make one or two really, really silly decisions. Then he is going to proceed to make 10 to 15 genius decisions until he wins. That's the Magic playstyle. That's the Magic that I know and love. But we'll see if he's going to be able to prove me wrong on that. All right. These guys are still kind of organizing servers and stuff at the moment, so it's a little bit. We're a little bit behind schedule. I should make these guys be prepared. So I think the game's going to be maybe about probably about 7 minutes away from starting. So if you guys want to go and get a tasty beverage, a tasty treat, a snack, I've got myself some. I've got myself a little snack here. That we'll dip into while we wait. So a nice little bit of something. All right, so a little bit of a wait before they get the game off on the way. What was I going to say? Okay, so keys to success here for Eisomarto. If Magic does make a mistake, capitalize on it. Don't switch off. This is the keys to the victory for Eisomarto. To get an upset here, he has to take advantage of the Magic mistake, if there is one. Take advantage of it and not let up. Because Magic is easily the player. If there's a player to root for when they're behind, the player is Magic. There isn't another player out there that fights as hard as Magic does. I think the closest player to Magic's ability to fight back is like Illuminati, and Illuminati didn't make the top 16. So yeah, there's that. That's my opinion on the matter. What are you guys saying in the YouTubes? Magic said all his matches will be easy. Yeah, Magic's a confident man. That's what he's gonna say. He's a confident man. No, Zeus picking is diabolical. I mean, I would probably, looking at the god picks from Magic, I think I would pick Zeus if I'm Magic here, especially with the Huitzilopochtli there. I'd try and snipe Huitzilopochtli with my Zeus if I can figure out which map Huitzilopochtli is going to go on. And my guess is that it would be Giza. I would snipe Zeus. I would put Zeus on Giza and try and snipe the Huitzilopochtli. But he didn't do that. So there's that. I mean, you can't pick Huitzilopochtli on Mirage because of the Frere thing. It's going to be too tough to win that matchup, in my opinion. You can't pick Huitzilopochtli on Budapest either. Could pick him on Gorge. Gorge could be a way to catch out Magic, but Magic can pick Gaia on Gorge, and I think Gaia is a good pick into Huitzilopochtli as well. So yeah, it would have been actually a nice idea to go Zeus just to play around that big power pick from Eisomarto. So yeah, I think that's a thing. I did see a massive wall of text that I could not quite read from Sheikh Zula. So let me read that one. So you were saying you can't find a replay of a player going Ramas army and win And I'd like to tell you that I have been in the works on a new AOM for everything that lets you do exactly that. I have a filter for some identifiers like Rush, 2 TC Boom, 3 TC Boom. To be honest, I don't really consider anything like a filter for more military production. And honestly, if you want to link up and tell me what would... I think if you want, and I think this would be the best idea, would be for you to link up with Gerbot. Because Gerbot already has the infrastructure in place. So that would be the simplest way to go. So if you link up with Gerbot and make that happen, it would be a really, really good resource. Iso and Matador have the immense task of reviving my faith in German competitors. I've tried reaching out. I'll put you in contact. Give me a message and I'll make it happen. We'll make a thing. Send me a message. And we can also just say we can just put it on your side as well. I don't care. Well, send me a message. Alrighty. I'm really excited for this matchup. This is going to be a fun one. Okay, they are off to the races. So... Oh, I forgot to do this, didn't I? Uros is going to have my head. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're about a minute away from the first game of the round of 16. IamMagic versus Eisomarto today. We've got the draft set up in front of you. It's going to be a Poseidon versus Susanoo game to kick off the draft on the map Steppe. This is a really, really open map. There's going to be a lot of room for raiding, a lot of room for villager kills, a lot of room for picking off enemy units, and a lot of room for chaos. So that's the story we're running with here. I already brought this up. If there is a underdog in this series, it has to be Eisomarto. He is very much, he's got a 5-0 loss record against Magic on the ladder over the past year. And he's got, it's his first big stage tournament debut, I think. He managed to get through his qualifier. He had a really nice qualifier run. I don't think he dropped a game in his qualifiers, which is credit to his improvement. He's probably one of the most improved players over the past year that I think that I've seen. I don't think there's another player who's quite leveled up the same as him. But he's about to be welcomed into tournament Age Mythology today. IamMagic, one of the most winningest players in Age Mythology history, is his opponent. It's Poseidon, it's Susanoo, it's on the map Steppe. Let's jump in and see what's going to happen. Off we go in the left-hand corner of the map. Opening up with a lure. It is IamMagic, and he is playing as Poseidon, his opponent in the red color. Pausing the game. Oh dear. We're already got drama here, ladies and gentlemen. It wouldn't be an Age Mythology competitive tournament game if there wasn't a pause right away. We are here for the Road to Athens playoffs number 1. There are 5 playoffs that we're going to be watching over the course of 5 weeks here. We've got to find 5 of the best Age Mythology players in the world to join the 3 S-tier tournament winners in Athens. We've already got plane tickets booked for Rappel and the Mister, as they do not need plane tickets. They're already in Greece. And we have to pause here. This always happens when there's a thing. And we've also got Kavoth coming already as the 3 winners of the S-tier tournaments that Age Mythology Retold has hosted over the past year. or two. Alrighty. So, will one of these two players make it is the question. You've got to win every single game. It's a round of 8 single elimination gauntlet. There's no easy games here. Eisomarto, he's playing as Susanoo. He's got himself started up. There is a bit of an exposed gold mine over here. That's a little bit terrifying for Eisomarto. I think he's got to be thinking early gold and maybe looking for a nice wall getting set up around this way so that he doesn't have to really defend against the centaur super early. Then he can place a nice safe temple on this side and maybe even house here, temple, and then be defended. That's not what he's doing. He's got the temple over onto the left side. I'm not liking the position and the way that Eisomarto has opened this game in the slightest. Magic is going full send. Magic as well probably could have done a little bit better with his own temple placement here, but Magic is going to be getting damage dealt here. He's advancing fast. He's getting himself... No, he's not advancing fast. He's going for the early Theseus. It's a little bit surprising. I would have expected the advance, then the Theseus, and straight into pressure against the Susanoo here. But he's advancing 3 minutes, 40-ish seconds versus the Inari Orkami, which is a little bit faster than 4 minutes, about the same speed as Magic. And I still want to see these walls getting dropped from Eisomarto. I think he's just making his life very, very tricky here. On the backside as well, there's wood lines. This is the wood line he should be on. The one thing that I've learned about playing Age Mythology over the past, I think about 6 months. It's taken me a long time to learn this. With the inclusion of the new DLC civs, specifically China, Japan, and, well, not actually the Aztecs. This does not count to the Aztecs. But with China and Japan, there are favor gathering methods that you have to make a decision on. And the decision is to either get max gains out of them or use those buildings for the Chinese to protect yourself, or pick the less favor gain option as Japan to ensure that you have a nice safe position. I think on this one here, this should have been the wood line that Eisomarto was choosing to chop down. This should have been the first of many shrines, and this other shrine probably should have been on this position just as I'm ready to defend with my Miko. Nonetheless, Magic is taking a very long time to get going here. And he's sitting back playing defense instead of being on the offense because of these Kitsune coming in. Now, he could simply just defend this with the Theseus and look for an immediate attack, as a wall will be getting dropped down over here. He's got the double stables in, and the Juragumo might get caught out here with the centaur, but then again, the centaur might get caught out by the nine-tailed Kitsune as a little bit of a nibble comes in, and the Kitsune will get out. He did get himself Wisdom of the 9. This is a technology available only to Inari Orkami, which gives, well, 9 tails on the Kitsune, and also a little bit more HP, a little bit more speed. Basically, the Kitsune has this unique ability that will increase all units around it by, I think it's 10% or 5% speed. So then if you have 2, you can now get them working as 2. So now it's going to be 10% speed if you have 2 Kitsune around as the Kitsune get in. And that there is the first kill as Eisomarto draws first blood. We do see a little bit of an attack up onto this side, however, and it's looking like Eisomarto might also be losing a little bit as the Kitsune get out over onto this side. One villager goes down, so both players have lost something here as there goes the Kusanagi, sending the units away, keeping everyone nice and safe. But that there is not what Eisomarto wanted. He got 1 kill, lost 1 villager. I think Magic here, he has now sent the Kitsune back. The Kitsune need to get healed up by the Miko, which allows now Magic a lot of room to be aggressive, a lot of room to get some damage done. That being said, look at what Eisomarto's done. He's out on this shrine. He's starting to get some really good favor in, and I wouldn't be surprised if Eisomarto's next go is actually going to be into the Juragumo. This makes a lot of sense. He's got a lot of gold in the bank. That's ready for Juragumo. He just doesn't have any favor just yet. His favor will come online in about 1,000 XP. And then from there, Jiragumo help him take out the really beefy Hippias. Of course, the Atalanta and the Jason are things to be scared of, things to deal with. But Eisomarto should be able to find some real good value there with Susanoo to start up. And then he can start thinking about going into his God power usages and stuff like that afterwards, maybe for the next tier of Bushido. As up onto this side, a little bit of an attack coming in as the Shrine will be the target. I do like the defensive building placement on this right side. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Shrine has been spotted, and it looks like the Miko was taken out there. Bit unlucky from Eisomarto to get spotted, but Eisomarto is now saying, hey, if you're going to attack me, you're going to have to face the Kitsune. And Magic has not defended his base well at all here. No heroes in this base. Villager on this side is going to be going down, trying to escape, not going to be able to do so. Even with the reactions that Magic has, he's always really quick at this. The Kitsune are so incredibly fast. Another villager going down. This is brutal. Magic's not running. He's just dropped 3 villagers there, and that's not just dropping villagers. That's also giving Bushido over to Eisomarto. Eisomarto starting this game off in an amazing fashion. Up onto this side now, we do have the Swampland getting dropped. Magic needs to... He just lost 3 Hippias, 4 Hippias to the Swampland. Eisomarto has just found himself with the best possible start to this series he could have hoped for. The best possible start to this series he could have hoped for. But now it's time to lock in. Because guess what? Magic, he's pissed. Magic is now pissed. He is going to be turning into... I'm going to predict it. He's going to turn into Prime Magic right now. And Eisomarto, he's going to have to keep this advantage that he's just grabbed and build on it and not let up. He has to play a really, really good game from this moment in. But he's without a doubt found a very, very good advantage. It's a 3 villager advantage for Magic, even after all of those kills. But you have to remember there are 2 Miko. So at the very least, it's equal on villager diff. Magic moving forward, Atalanta back, Theseus pulling back as well. And I have to say, the mistake here that Magic has made early game is not leaving a Theseus at home. You don't need the Theseus in the offense against Susanoo in the early game. This is a defensive unit. It sits on your gold mine, it sits on your weak points, and you basically use it to dissuade the Kitsune from charging into your base and trying to pick off your villagers. Eisomarto, on the other hand, has played an impeccable early game. He has completely punished what Magic was trying to do. And now Magic, well, he's made himself some Toxotes. They're not going to be helping against the Naginata riders that are coming through. And in fact, if Eisomarto wants to, he can very much be looking for fights here with all of his units. He's got the Yati Spearmen, which are going to be terrifying for those Magic Hippias. He's got the Yumi, not the Yumi Archer, the Bushian, just in case there's any Centaur, but Magic isn't building those. And he's got the Kitsune to dart away from this position, which he should do, and look for harassment in the main base. There's a wood line, there's the gold mine here, there's the chickens here as well. He can attack both at once and be really, really, really annoying. That being said, Eisomarto here is giving Magic just that little bit of an opportunity here. He's going heroic age. So he's taking his foot off the gas and he's trying to convert the advantage that he's built up with a heroic age. Magic here needs to make something happen in the next minute. Otherwise, he might be in for a little bit of a difficulty as the Hippie is going to take the fight on this spot. Yati Spearmen are really, really strong here, but the micro is good. In the main base, however, raids coming through. 1 villager drops, 2 villager drops. Another villager going to be fall. Another 2 villagers are going to be going down as Magic is getting brutalized there, but he gets a nice amount of kills in the middle. The Bushi do get away, however. So it's not a win for Magic there in the slightest with that fight. Magic needs to take advantage of the fact that he's got a military advantage now, though. He picked off the Yati Spearmen. He picked off a handful of units. He lost some villages. Magic needs to strike back right now. But Raijin is through. One Hippias goes down. Nice turnaround from Magic. He thought he could pick the unit there, but he decides to run away instead of going after it. As the Hippias are getting chased down, return fire is brutal here. And Eisomarto is now about to hit Raijin, and that's going to be the Thunderdome of it's just going to be some pain coming in for him. But there's ceasefire. So Thunderdome comes down, ceasefire, retreat. That's got to be the option where that's concerned. As the Raiju comes in, you have to click ceasefire here. Magic will still get hit by this as he tries to escape with his unit, splits everyone up. Will get out of the Thunderdome. No, he gets hit again. He's got to run everyone, and he does get out of there as the... No, he was out of... What the hell? He was out of there. Anyways, his Toxotes do come down to a very small amount of HP, and now Eisomarto is going to be happy to take this fight. Unfortunately for Magic, he doesn't have any way to heal up his units, and Magic is going to be looking to put the pressure on right now. There's lots of resources in the bank for Eisomarto. A secondary usage of the Swampland, and Magic is going to be probably unable to win this fight. He's equal on, well, he's not even equal on military diff here. The hoplites will be good versus those Naginata riders, but there's just so much more stuff for Eisomarto at the moment. As Magic will get a little bit of damage off. The Raiju going to be charging in here, looking for villagers to pick. That will be a dead villager over here. The army falls, and I think that not even Magic is going to be able to bring this one back. After this has been such a well-played game from Eisomarto in more ways than one. And Magic will tap out as he realizes, yes, the game is indeed done. The big mistake here from Magic was he didn't leave the Theseus at home. Alternatively, he didn't make the base walled up. So, for example, he had gold here, he had a wood line here. All he has to do is build his base in a way that walls from here to here and from here to here, and then build that wall up with the double stables, the houses, and everything else. Use the temple as part of the wall, and the Kitsune would not have found the value that they did in this game. And that's where Eisomarto had the advantage. Magic didn't find the advantage here in this game with his own early game attack. He didn't kill any villagers. Really, he killed one. And Eisomarto was just punishing Magic non-stop with those raids. Magic's got to wake up now, realize there are no easy wins in this tournament. Top 16. There's not much difference between a top 16 player and a top 8 player. There's not much difference between a top 8 player and a top 4 player, and there's not much difference between a top 4 player and a top 1 player in Age of Mythology. This is a very, very competitive scene. Very, very high-level players here. We'll see what the players are going to pick for the next game as they are probably all ready to go. And off we go into the draft to see what they're going to pick next. Okay, so we've got the win for the Susano. We're going in onto the map Budapest. And I did call it right. It looks like it's going to be a Frere versus Loki. A fair. Okay. Let's just see what's happening here. Are they already off to the races? Looks like they are. Alrighty. Alrighty, so off into the next game on the map, Budapest. Frere versus Loki. This one is sure to be fireworks. Now if we go into game number 2 here, Eisomarto did manage to claim that first win. Magic in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Freyr, and Eisomarto as Loki. It's got to feel really, really good for Eisomarto to get that win versus Magic. There is a little bit of that Magic aura when it comes to playing against a player of the caliber of Magic. It's like when you play against someone like the Mister, when you play against someone like Recon, when you play against someone like Kavoth, you play against someone like Magic. Oftentimes you go, this guy is better than me. I gotta do something wild to get a win. But Eisomarto came into that first game and said, no, I got the level. And he came out with a really, really solid game plan and stuck to it, played a great game, and showed Magic that he means business. Now Magic's got to switch on. He's playing a god that I think is really good on this map. He jumps off onto the side water first, gets his dock down, going to take all 8 fish over here. We are on the map Budapest. On the top side of the map, we got ourselves the fish over here as well. And, well, both players are probably going to end up with 8 fish to start this game off. Eisomarto might look for a dock over on this side. Not 100% sure, but he might look for a dock on that left side. Magic, for the moment, I think he's started this game off maybe just a little bit more efficiently than Eisomarto. He's grabbed himself the fish on the side, which means he's got more of an advantage here. If Magic scouts the fact that this dock, I don't think he has, he doesn't know. If Magic sees that this dock is only just dropped, well, he could drop his own dock over here and he could probably steal 2 fish and end up having a, if you steal 2 fish or 4 fish, it's like having a plus minus diff of 4 or 8, right? So for example, if Magic gets 16 from the top and the side, but also gets 4 over here, then, well, Eisomarto is going to be left with only 10 fish instead of the 16, which is a big turnaround, right? Actually, I don't think that math is correct. Anyways, we'll just pretend that I did something okay there, and we'll see how it's all going to go. Now, Magic's game plan for this game as Freyr is going to be, let's extend this game as long as we possibly can. But Eisomarto has one very powerful ace up his sleeve. If you break it down, you go, what are the Loki strengths? Well, Loki's strength number 1 is flaming weapons with all of his Hursa out for a massive amount of myth unit spawn. Sounds really good, right? Unfortunately, that flaming weapons is met with Tempest. Tempest is the heroic age god available through, not Ulla, Aegir, available through Aegir only for Freyr. Freyr is a DLC god for the Norse, right? So that Tempest is a pretty hard counter to Bragi, which means we shouldn't actually go Bragi as Loki. The unit to worry about from Aegir as well as the Tempest is the Rock Giant. But the Rock Giant has got a really big weakness. If you know about this weakness, you know about this weakness. And that weakness is crush damage. And the unit that Eisomarto should be looking to build to deal with that Rock Giant is his fellow giant brethren, the Mountain Giant, the Jotun, and the Jarl. Those 2 units are going to be very, very key to Eisomarto finding an advantage in this matchup. There goes the Forseti for Eisomarto. Not surprised to see Forseti here. It's kind of an openish map. You can get some pretty nice movement around. That being said, I think Heimdall versus Freyr is the better call 95% of the time because Undermine counters Asgardian Bastion. If I don't have to deal with an Asgardian Bastion, we're good to go. Now, Magic, he should be very happy to see Forseti. It means he's going to be able to drop his fortress whenever he wants, and it means he's going to be able to get himself to a second gold mine that's going to be really, really safe, and he doesn't have to worry about anything here. And we actually are also seeing Eisomarto already queuing up Bragi. I really don't think this is a good idea from Eisomarto, unless he knows something that I don't know about Bragi inside of maybe the Call of Valhalla or the Thorazaz Rune or the Swineray or something like that. This is going to be just that little bit terrifying for Eisomarto to deal with if Magic manages to do the Freyr game plan and get out of his base and make it all work. Meanwhile, Magic is also building up houses around his main town center, saying, I don't want to deal with anything charging in while I'm off doing my own thing, getting himself great halls, long houses, just building everything up, playing defensive, not really a huge amount of attack series. The spy onto the Berserk is a little bit of an interesting one. Eisomarto actually spies and tries to trap Magic in here. Magic's going to be running out the bottom side for the moment. A very strange spy there from Eisomarto. I think the best usage of spy generally is going to be on the main army of Freyr, because you're looking for wherever this Asgardian bastion gets dropped down. Wherever that gets dropped down is what you're looking for. But nonetheless, Doc getting taken down here from Eisomarto as Magic is going to be looking for his first little bit of damage. He does have some units here to help him run, but he's not got the vision, and he's going to get caught out here. He really can't afford to be taking a fight this early on versus Loki. This is exactly what Eisomarto is looking for. Magic now attempting to pull back. He's going to take some damage. The Throw and Axeman getting in close so that they're going to be actually hitting. They don't have ballistics just yet. Going to take a little bit of damage. Shouldn't really lose all too much. And now the Throw and Axeman can come in and start shooting scoop backwards. And Eisomarto can't really chase this down. And Eisomarto smartly here, he should look to run. And he should look to take the advantage over on this spot as, well, one longboat is out. This forces out some reaction from Eisomarto regardless. So this is basically trading equally and also getting a little bit of favor as well in. Nonetheless, another great haul coming up from Magic. And he is going to be happily spamming out units, but he is, and he should be thinking, let's get the small snipes. Let's play defense. Let's get walls up. He is looking for raids in the main base, and he gets a Vilpic. He gets a Vilpic there. He gets out with those raiding cavalry. No problems up to the top here. The longboat is unfortunately going to be losing its life to the superior dragon ship. Siege ship, greater than arrow ship, greater than hammer ship, greater than siege ship, as Magic's attempt to lock off that water does fail him. But he forces out some stuff. He gets some trades, and he doesn't lose a whole lot of stuff here. But now Magic here doesn't realize he's been spied. And that spy that I was talking about, this is what you want from the spy. This is the spy you want. You want to see this army, because now an Asgardian hill fort is going down, and Eisomarto has to take this fight. That being said, there is a Ghoul and Bursty that should get dropped here for Magic immediately. And it is going to happen. He is coming through. He's looking straight onto the back line. Throwing Axeman going up against each other. The raiding cavalry here can't get around onto the back as a Draugr spawns. There goes the healing spring. This fight here cannot be good for Eisomarto. He's got to run, and that is a overwhelming victory for Magic in this fight. The trolls get sent flying. One troll down, two trolls down. Magic now going to be pulling back. The Ghoul and Bursty is going to be threatening those units back, and Magic gets his position here set up. That Asgardian hill fort is going to be finishing. He gets another kill here from the Ghoul and Bursty just to add insult to injury, and Magic is well and truly in front here. As what can Eisomarto do? He's moved over onto his second gold mine. Of course, so too has Magic. Magic's actually taken everyone. I love this decision from Magic. Taking everyone off of wood, everyone off of gold as well to move up to these next gold mines. And he's now got himself 34 villagers on gold. A-gear coming through, and he is going to have a lot of resources to play with. Lots of favor as well. If he wants to, he can go for the upgrade and get another hill fort into the face of Eisomarto. We're starting to see a bunch of berserks coming through as Eisomarto is just in full panic mode. Full panic. I can't. God, my throat is gone. Eisomarto is in full panic mode to just get out some army. But he has managed to click up through Bragi. But does it matter? Like I said, Tempest is coming. And Tempest... This never happened to me before. And Tempest is a ridiculous answer for Bragi. There's the Battle Ball does have some crush damage. The Battle Ball is an answer to the Rock Giant. To some degree. But it's not the Mountain Giant. It is not the Mountain Giant in the slightest. The Draugrs coming through. No upgrades for the Draugrs just yet from Magic is a bit of a mistake. That's a huge upgrade. It makes them so much more powerful. But Magic says, I can just charge in here and I can just win the fight at the moment. He's dropping Tempest now, though. Eisomarto can just run into the town center and he might lose a few units, but he will be able to get off his own Mythic Age usage of flaming weapons. Berserk's coming up onto this side. He's pushed off the gold line there. Magic has left. He's moved over onto this position, but the damage coming through here. Villagers are going to be falling. Magic sees his advantage in this game, and he is going after those raiding cavalry, those throwing axemen. With this raiding cavalry, flaming weapons gets dropped into the main base. The Berserk's going after villagers, so Eisomarto is getting some good value in the main base. A troll spawn there as well, but the main base of Eisomarto is getting brutalized here. Where are the Rams to just dominate this position? I don't know. Magic loses all of his villagers, though. And he's an equal military population here. Eisomarto with an amazing turnaround. An amazing turnaround here. He's in front on villager count. Up onto this side, however, this is the issue. This gold mine is going to be under attack, but he does a villager, a Berserk Narok, Mini 1. Flaming Weapons is done here. And I don't think Magic's got an advantage anymore. The advantage that he's got is being Frere at this point against Bragi without a Mountain Giant. That's the advantage that he's got. He's got to slow down here. He's got to remass up an army. He's got to be very careful with what happens now because there's a lot of favor that Magic's got to spend. Eisomarto, he is going to make himself Battle Ball. He has to. He's spent all of his favor already. So he's been making these myth units. He's been making it happen. Raiding cavalry coming in onto this side. However, hitting off the gold is going to be huge. Any little bits of raid series is going to be really important. One raiding cavalry falls. Another couple of berserks getting converted. That's what Magic wants. Keep on converting them, he says. Eisomarto, however, needs Call of Valhalla. This will help prop up Eisomarto in a big way. Gets a Frost Giant spawn. That's huge. Every little bit helps here because he is falling behind on villagers. Magic is in his element on these raids, and he has managed to rejig himself a significant villager advantage now. He's up 7 vills. That ends up being a lot of resources and a lot of advantage moving forward, on top of the fact that he's also Frere with the cheaper upgrades. Armory situation, though, Magic has forgotten to get those armory upgrades. It's the first thing you want to do when you get into the Heroic Age is start those upgrades because they take so long to come in, but they are so cheap. Troll coming through. Big spawn, wow. That micro from Magic, I thought that was going to be a huge amount of damage, but great dodge. Up onto the top side now, going to try and take out the docks, trying to limit, trying to get some sort of an advantage cooking here. But the raiding cavalry see the berserks. It's time. Oh, no, they don't. They run straight by the berserks as the berserks run right over them. Magic does manage to notice here. He does a little bit of a ring around the rosy before getting out of there. Throwing axe on the top here, going after the myth units. Picks off a berserk. Still no Call of Valhalla from Eisomarto. Has to be a mistake. He's got 20 of them. That's 10 favor just from them dying. Now he has queued them up, but it's more important the 10% hit points that you get for them. The survivability is everything. The cheapness of the upgrade is everything. But Magic continues to pick units off. That being said, there is a hill fort here. There's no need to charge in after this. And look at this micro from Magic. Really, really smart. Keep pulling back. Keep getting that damage done. He can frontline this with the raiding cavalry. Those Throw an Axeman getting sent packing with the trolls, however. Huge damage onto the back line. I don't know who's going to be winning this fight, but it's not looking like it's a overwhelming win for either player here. Herso getting on top of those mid units is huge for Magic, but he's lost all of his throw and Axeman basically as the mid units will fall, but the favor is coming through. Eisomarto is now up to 57 favor. More trolls are on the way. Throw an Axeman trying to come in from Magic. It's now looking like a slight lead for Magic. Now he's got the great Yowls in to tank up. There's no Berserks anymore. There's no Herdman anymore. And it is looking like Magic is going to break through this army and have himself enough of an advantage here to probably drop a town center. I don't think he can win on this moment unless Eisomarto keeps sending units into the meat grinder here. He's got to be sitting back playing defense for a little bit longer. Magic, on the other hand, I think a simple move here is dropping the town center, but also dropping another temple. Another temple here, and rock giants and Draugr. You don't need more. You don't really need more than 2 rock giants. That's the limit on the rock giants, I think. More than 2, they're just overlapping on the stun, unless you are gonna put the effort into microing them such that you can taunt and then taunt and then taunt manually, and you do it really well. Sure, build as many of those as you want, but if you're not going to do that, and I know Magic isn't one of those players that likes to micro like that, simple solution to that problem is just make Draugr. Draugr are arguably the best backline myth unit for the Norse, and that includes the Fire Giant as well, funnily enough. We are also going to be seeing a pretty big... What? The spend? That's a 70 favor Frere's gift there. The way that technology works is every technology you research through the game will take 5 favor off. As one taunt comes in, the next rock giant comes in to bring the units even further forward. The next one taunts. Magic gets the perfect micro. He didn't do it on purpose, but he gets the perfect micro off there, and he completely wins that fight. And Eisomarto says, GG, well played. What a game there. That was, I mean, if you don't like this type of game, you don't like Norse Wars, you don't like Age of Mythology, that game was chaos from start to end. The big moment here was Eisomarto managing to make what looked like it was going to be an overwhelming victory for Magic after the early sort of poor fight from Eisomarto on this position, right? It looked like it was going to be an overwhelming victory for Magic, but Eisomarto's raid into the main base was so key. But then Eisomarto just couldn't stabilize from that moment, and it was the villager picks and the forced Berserk Narok defense to change it all. As you can see right here, this is what happened. This is the big thing. One player dropped down to well, Magic, Eisomarto was winning. He dropped down to 40 villages apiece. And then here, dropped down to 37 to 44. And from that moment on, yes, you can win in this moment. You can win with this difference. This isn't a game-winning victory, but there just wasn't any way for Eisomarto to stop the bleeding. No way for him to find a weakness in Magic's spot and get some aggressive raids back. And he just couldn't win that last fight from Magic there. But very, very nice game. We'll move back into the draft, see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Let's check it out. Alrighty, our next one is going to be a Gaia versus Shennong on the map. What was the map? What did they say? Giza. Alrighty. So Giza the map for Gaia Shennong. I like this one here for the Magic Man. I really like Gaia on this map versus Shennong. I think it's going to be a nice one. And we are going to do a little cheeky business here. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Let's go. All right. So we're going to be jumping into the next map. Actually, are we going to be jumping into it? Give me 1 second. I don't know how far behind I am here. Not far enough behind, I think. Okay. The players are off to the races, doing their thing. All right. So yeah, Gaia Shenong on the map Giza. I said it last time. I want to see it. I want to see the robots. Build me some automaton magic, man, and I'll be a happy man. That's what I want to see. This is the strat here versus Shenong. I've seen it once before. I saw Kavoth get an amazing map and an amazing hold, but it was still an amazing game regardless. I think that if it is an amazing map, you still want to go Leto, though, in this matchup. You still want to go Leto. If it's an amazing defensive map for the Shenong, no problems. Do a economic guild less plus second town center. Then get your oracles. Then put your economic guild and go up to your techs. And then go for your death ball of automatons and enjoy it versus the Shenong, who is going to have a really tough game here. Automatons are... Okay, I'm going to be honest. I don't think there's a Civ right now that I wouldn't go Leto against as Gaia. I don't think so. I do it versus Norse, which I wouldn't do it before. I do it versus Norse now. I do it versus Greek now, without question. I do it versus Egyptian, 100%. I do it versus the Aztecs. I've already done it versus the Aztecs for success. I have that game in the VOD archive somewhere. I do it versus Japan. I do it versus everyone. The only time I wouldn't go automatons, I would still go Leto, but I would actually go for Stymphalian birds, would be if my opponent had some sort of very, very strong AoE damage myth unit. So, for example, if my opponent goes for... Actually, I'll probably still go automatons versus Sphinx, but if my opponent goes for Sphinx, or if my opponent goes for the Cyclops, or if my opponent goes for... Brain doesn't want to help me out here with these AoE damage dealing myth units. Norse doesn't have any. Atlantean doesn't have any. China doesn't have any. Japan has the one Udor, but that doesn't count. Yeah, no, it's basically just those two. Against Sphinx and against the Cyclops, you just get to the heroic age, you make Stymphalian birds. There's no problem. The one Udo doesn't beat the automaton. Trust me on that one, Mr. Jung Oath, the I don't know how to play the game one. Onwards and upwards into our next game. We are going to be going into Giza, Gaia versus Shenong. Let's check it out. Alrighty, off to the races we go in the left-hand corner. Gaia for the Magic Man. In the right-hand corner, Eisomarto playing as Shenong. And he goes for the Shenong farms in the right spot. I was like, okay. I'm still not a big fan of... I'm not a big fan of this opening. I'm not a big fan of this opening from Eisomarto. But at least it makes sense. At least it makes sense from the man, the myth, the legend, Eisomarto here. The real big strength of this is the fact that we've got a defensive position for our gold mine. It's unraidable. It's unkillable. The only way to beat this is the Aztec bunny rabbit. It's literally the only way to beat... No, you can kill it. It's 600 HP, but the Aztec bunny rabbit can eat those and reveal the villages or whatever. But this here is a very, very interesting opening. The reason I don't like it is because it takes a while for the farms to actually pay themselves off. And if I want to do anything other than a classical fight, or a one town center classical fight, or a one town center fast heroic, then it's better to have not done this. So basically, if I want to go for a second town center, it's better to have not done this. So that's the point. And in this case, I'm watching Eisomarto's map and I'm seeing it. He's got a very, very nice gold mine over here, but it's open. He has a pretty bad gold mine in front of his second town center, which is very much out in the open as well. I think it's going to be super hard for him to go for a fast second town center and defend it on the second gold mine. So I think that the one town center play here is going to be better for Eisomarto. So the starting of the farms makes sense. But you just don't know until you scout whether you should do this. That's the hard part. That's the part that makes this a little bit odd. Magic, on the other hand, he does drop his economic guild. He does go for his temple nice and safe in his main base. And he is going Oceanus. So I couldn't be more upset at Magic. And not only this, he's also going to be going for a fast second town center, it looks like. Which I couldn't be any more upset against. So recently, and I do agree with this from the players who've been doing this. Recently, players have stopped dropping the economic guild right away. Yeah, it's really cheap. It doesn't really cost much. It doesn't really, like, it probably costs about, what's that? Like, it probably costs about 50 resources, 55 resources or so to build with the idle villager time. But you also get hand axe, you also get pickaxe. They don't pay themselves off fast enough. The whole thing doesn't pay itself off fast enough to justify going for, and if you want to go for the fast second town center, which is looking like Magic does, it's just going to be a later second town center. It's better to go up the town center first, then get the economic upgrades in. But this does give Magic the option to do things like Oracle Hero, get relics, enjoy that, no problems. And he's going to be going for them. He gets Ogre Bitten Helm. He gets himself the Armor of Achilles. So there is some rhyme to the Magic reason here. But I don't like Magic's map either for this second town center. That being said, a bad second gold mine for Gaia is a lot less bad than a bad second gold mine for a Chinese player. Because if I'm Magic here, I'm thinking early to move to this gold mine with a mana on it and just happily garrison if anyone comes in, any raids come in. If there's a Yatsa coming through, no problems. I'll just get myself the hero over there. We're all good at this point. A little bit of shanky shanks going on as the where is the hero? Oh, Galadria does come in, does get sniped there as Magic getting caught out by the old homing ballistics pioneers. For those of you who are currently looking at what's happened recently and like, how did that Galadria die? I remember it never dying. Well, the Galadria, if you get it out of position and your opponent has the heroes actually hit the Galadria now, which is what I would consider to be a fantastic change. So yeah, you got to be a lot more careful with your Galadria, a lot more careful with your Pegasus. Of course, the Raven would die regardless because it's got no HP. Still, mind you, can't believe how many times I've asked for the Raven to get a HP boost, but it's never going to happen. Alrighty. Poor Raven. Alright, so Magic now searching around the map, and he's going to look for his own raids. We do have a very aggressive town center from Eisomarto dropped at the moment, though. Doesn't really give him anything either. A wall is needed here, a wall is needed here, and a wall is needed here for these back two gold mines to feel safe. That's a lot of problems there as Eisomarto's Yatsa does get caught out. Hero Murmillo trying to come in, trying to find some stuff. Magic's going to be enjoying himself his bow sword. Potentially also going to go for his next upgrade there as well in Shaft Mine, just to get himself a bit of an edge. Now the Turmeric coming through. We do have Eisomarto already pre-queuing in Rush Shoal, which is going to give him access to Fey Beasts, which is something that Magic needs to be very, very careful about. And the point of this is, if you aren't prepared for Fey Beasts, you end up losing a lot of units. You end up losing a lot of units as Atlantean. How do you get prepared for it? Simple. Just make sure that you heroize your Murmillos. And once the Rushall comes in, you're always sitting those Hero Murmillos on top of your Terma as the general game plan. As the Terma come through, you're going to attempt to get some damage done onto those Pioneers. He does get some nice throws in, but the Pioneers will be away from here. No problems. With little bits of love taps coming in around everything. Magic looking for the main base here as the Murmillos do spot the wood line here. Is this the first time he spotted it? He does see it there. He's going to go after the temple. This is a nice amount of damage. Anytime you can potentially take out a temple, you absolutely should. Fire archers are in though, as Magic's got to be scared about those. They are a damage dealing machine of a unit. If you've got an infantry tag on you, you should be scared of those, as Magic's going to be roaming around, trying to play away from the rest of these reinforcements. Running through the main base is a little bit risky here, and Eisomarto does come in, does spot that, and these Murmillos are going to be getting taken out. Great play from Eisomarto. Magic might be able to get out of here, keeping it alive. No, I don't think he will. This chillin' is going to get a snare in. Murmillo drops down to 3.8 speed. Fire archers can chase. Bit of the damage coming. 4 HP remaining on that bad boy. And this has to be a really good feeling for Eisomarto. But Magic behind this, he's put pressure on. He's going Thea. Eisomarto is going his own heroic age. It's about equal on the teching. So basically the advantage that Eisomarto has gotten, has managed to gain here, is just going to be in the small amount of military lead that he's got in the Fire Archer and the Wuzu Javelineer. And I think it's really not going to matter that much in the grand scheme of things, because these units can't do a whole lot by themselves. So Eisomarto is going to have to rush into something else. And I imagine his unit of choice is probably going to be the Dow Swordsman right now. On top of this, Magic hasn't gone for any extra oracles just yet. Arguably a mistake. He's got 77 favor in the bank, which isn't nothing, of course, but what's he going to use that on? I'd love to see him have a couple more oracles. He could plan to save the 125 favor for a third Hesperids tree. Of course, all of the unique upgrades need to come through as well. So those are going to be an issue. Well, not an issue. Those are going to cost him something, as he does get his technologies in. Poseidon's Secret, Lands of Stone. All of that makes sense. And immediately Eisomarto sees that and says, no worries. It's time for Master of Weaponry and the Ge Halberdier to come through. The reason why I suggest a third Hesperids tree and a lot more stuff here is because the Stymphalian bird, you can't really get a huge amount of them, right? Your opponent can make a huge amount of Pioneer. So if you make yourself, say, five Stymphalian birds, as the palace gets found out, Magic not garrisoning into that manner there, unfortunate. But if you get yourself 5 Stymphalian birds, your opponent is going to be able to take those out with the Pioneers. If I have 15 Dryads, all of a sudden, they need a lot more Pioneer to deal with it. And you're going to be able to have a much better game with your sort of Contarius raids and things like that. Meanwhile, Magic is coming up onto this top side, and I brought this up before. Eisomarto needed to get those walls up. There's a Contarius coming in. Can he catch the Kuafu? He cannot. Did he see the other gold mine, though? He didn't see it. He does see the gold finished up onto this side as the Contarius are charging around over here. Being pushed off this gold mine isn't the end of the world here for Magic. Magic can move over onto this gold mine. He's still got some in the main base as well. Just that all of his citizens are stuck over on this bottom position as well. Where do I stand with the spamming of because the Hesperids tree produces Dryads, I'm okay with a third cast of Hesperids tree. Magic does charge in. His villagers are going to come through here. He doesn't have... he does have... No, he doesn't have any heroes in at the moment. So this Carnivora... Oh, no, it's his Carnivora. Never mind. Doesn't have any heroes, but there's no myth units, so no worries. Gets onto his gold mine, pushes Eisomarto back. That fight there did not go well for Eisomarto at all. Is he not making units? Not exactly sure why he lost that fight so hard, but there's also the raids going on over here as the Halberdier will be in. Little bits of micro from Magic to try and win this fight. This is really nice from him. Manages to keep most of his units alive. Those Halberdiers, they are scary though. They do so much damage. Trying to take the villagers out onto the back. Is this Halberdier going to be retreating? Over onto that side, villagers will just turn around and start shanking, and Magic does need to get out of here. Magic can also go for destroyers now to break through this front position. But he doesn't have... Now he's going for them. The destroyers are a very difficult unit. He does have one. A very difficult unit for China to deal with because they don't have a hard counter for the destroyer, which a lot of other civs do have inside of like Axeman or Hapaspist or... Throwing Axeman or Fanatic or the list goes on, right? China doesn't have one. What China has is the Dao Swordsman or the Divine Damage Halberdier, which can be okay. You grab this technology Divine Judgment. That's the best way to deal with the Destroyer as China. As there goes the Fey Beasts. And Magic will turn around. This could be the turnaround. Magic has got no heroes. Look at the damage these Fey Beasts are doing. It doesn't tell me how much damage, but look at the death. Jump onto the Lush. Heal the units up. Oof. That there is a beautiful turnaround from Eisomarto. Magic not respecting that Fey Beasts in the slightest. His army does stay alive, kind of. A Caladrier is now out to help. You've got to be careful not to drop that one, though, because the Pioneers see that and they go, I will happily take you to town. As Magic tries to get his units back to save. The Tau TA special attack coming through. Takes out a couple of those low HP units with the AoE before pulling back away from this position. Magic, after all the good damage he's done so far, has found himself in a very, very difficult position. Oops. That was not what I meant to do there. Why can't I click on this? Oh dear. Oh, that's why. Let's just ignore what's going on there. Alrighty. Arcus now coming in to help out on the defense. Generally speaking, the Arcus is one of those units that is an amazing addition here against China as well. Especially versus Shenong. When you go Destroyer Arcus, you can help take out that front line very, very nicely. There goes that Lightning Weapons, but Magic was already on the retreat. He just gets away, no problems here. The villagers on this side, they can pop onto wood and Magic can make a movement over onto this gold mine. It's not a problem for Magic here to take a little bit of a load off and not take the fight at all. However, Tautier with that special coming through, unfortunately, Eisomarto, he's not using that special ability correct. You want to use it on auto cast. Does drop it onto the Fire Arch, just getting a big amount of AoE damage done. The Arcus here sitting put, trying to hold on. More Arcus are going to be coming through here. Destroyers tanking it up onto that back line. Once the front line falls, however, the back line will be falling very quickly afterwards. Dryads in queue coming through. Not a huge amount of heroes in for Eisomarto either. However, behind this, look at Eisomarto's food and Eisomarto's gold. He wants a Mythic Age. He doesn't want to spend. He's at 168 pop. He will be able to go there momentarily. He will be able to go there momentarily. But he's grabbing upgrades. I don't mind the upgrades getting grabbed. Up onto the top of fantastic White Horse Cavalry raid coming into the top side. Does Magic have any counter barracks? He has one. Making a handful of catapulties here is a good idea for Magic. We are going to be seeing Huang Di coming through. Eisomarto, he's looking like he's in a pretty good spot here. He is looking like he's in a pretty good spot. We see a couple of units coming up to try and take out the White Horse Cavalry. The Oracle hero also coming into the mix, wanting to get involved here. The White Horse Cavalry say, we can just take out your Arcus and then flee, no problems. Little bits of damage to come in, but the palace is up. So those White Horse Cavalry are no longer of use. We'll have the Weightless Mace in for Magic, as he knows, Weightless Mace plus some Catapulties is going to be nice. The Oracle stays alive for the time being. Magic's the issue here for Magic is that he is not aware that a Mythic Age is coming, and if he gets caught out of position with these Arcus, well, Huang Di and Ying Long are going to have a field day with them. Of course, if Magic just heroizes them all right now, he's going to be prepared, and the Ying Long is not going to be that useful. But Magic's not doing that. He's looking up to the top. He's looking for raids, trying to push Eisomarto away from these top gold spots. Getting this map control in on these two positions is vitally important for Magic, because Eisomarto already has one gold mine coming his way in the middle. He's got the 2 gold mines at the back as well that are going to be expiring. And basically, if Magic can take this position in the middle, he's going to have a fantastic time in this game, regardless of what happens with these Mythic Age spikes that are coming through. But Huang Di is very much in, and Magic is not in position to defend against this. If I'm Eisomarto, I'm looking to drop this immediately, but Magic pulls back. Now he's in position to garrison. He should be okay here. It's the main base under attack. Nothing over here just yet. One Hundun to come in for somewhat of a defense. There goes the watchtowers as well, as the Hundun does get a massive amount of damage with that special attack. And Magic needs to heroize his Arcus, and now he's going for it. He will have Atlas momentarily. There's a Hundun on the front as well to help take down the palace. Just doesn't have to care a huge amount about that. That's not enough Arcus. Here comes the Ying Long immediately on top of the Arcus ball. Huge damage to come down in the moment of 2-3 seconds. 3 attacks comes in. The Ying Long does 770 damage, but does get chunked for 1,000 HP. And that was all because Magic had the time to get those Arcus heroes out. If he got even more, it could have been an even better situation there. The Arcus heroes are in. Good damage onto the Hundun. And the Ying Long is going to be searching for other things to take out. The army in the main base there from Magic was dealt with. But Atlas, Implode is going to kill all the Wuzu Javelineer. Implode is going to kill all the Fire Archers. Implode is going to kill those Pioneer. Magic has a big turnaround here. Very, very shortly. He does not need to take the fight, because he can just erase all these units in one swift blow. And he will drop that Implode down on this position. Eisomarto simply just has to sit here, try and get as much damage as he possibly can in. All the units for Eisomarto end up falling. And that there is a big turnaround on the other side as the Ying Long over onto this side, searching to take out villages. Main base under attack. Magic needs to get his hero Arcus after that bad boy. Of course, the Ying Long does have the movement speed advantage, 4.5, but not on top of Lush. 4.3 speed when on top of Lush. Does he have the upgrade? He does when on top of Lush. They go up to what? They go up to 4.9 speed. So more than enough to chase this bad boy away, but the Lush isn't everywhere. The Ying Long makes the run into this position. Big attack from Magic as he's trying to pull this game back from the brink. Destroyers can take out the ballet, do all the other good stuff. Villagers are coming in as well. Big damage onto both players, to be completely honest, as the Ying Long taking big amounts of damage too. 4.5 speed might not be enough to get away here. As Eisomarto trying to flood units in. He's now getting Dow Swordsman in. Those are scary. Does Eisomarto have the upgrades? He's nearly got everything he needs to have one of the strongest late games you possibly can have in Age of Mythology, with that Zhuan Yuan's bloodline, with the Dow Swordsman and everything else. But what Magic can do here, and what Magic needs to do here, is he needs Fnatic. He needs this deck, Devotees of Atlas, and he needs to be making Fnatic. There's not another good way to go about this. We'll see if we can work it out. The Arcus, they're a nice addition, but I don't think they're enough to take out the 51% pierce armor Dow Swordsman. Magic on this side is getting chased. Villagers trying to get up the palace on this side, not able to do so. We've also got the villagers on the forward gold mine while this is all going on. We have a quick look at the gold situation for Eisomarto. He does run out of gold over here. He's still trying to get this gold mine up onto this side. Villagers are dropping, but getting this ballet up is really, really important for Eisomarto. Town center on this side under attack as the destroyer is coming through, but the Yinglong is in very hot pursuit. And not only that, the Zhu Chu, this guy's going to come through, and that's going to be a huge amount of damage onto the destroyers. The town center falls, but Magic needs to run here. Losing these units is not going to help him out. We've got attacks coming all over the place as the Dow Swordsman and the Axe Cart going after this town center. The Eisomarto Dow Swordsman turning to take out the citizen for the time being. Huge damage. We've also got Wen Zhong over here helping out to boot. Town center is down. Eisomarto is down to... Oh, he's got his town center up here. I was about to say down to one town center, but that's not the case. As the Axe Cart going to go down, we still haven't seen the Fanatics out from Magic just yet. The Fanatics are not in just yet for Magic. He hasn't thought about it. He hasn't realized that he needs them. Villagers into the center of the map now. This is the new most important part of the map. This town center, to be honest, doesn't matter. You could sacrifice this if you're Magic. Send everything center. Take this ballet, take this gold, take this gold, take this gold, and you can win the game. We've got a watchtower coming up as well from Eisomarto as Magic now needs to bail. Him getting pushed onto these two gold mines is not good for him. Losing the map control is Eisomarto advantage. If the game goes hyper late game into trade route shenanigans, Gaia has somewhat of an advantage there because of the Gaia Lush. That's really all he's got. He's now getting himself the Devotees of Atlas. Realizing he needs to get those Fanatics into this position now. Hero Arcus need to shoot down that Yinglong. They're not attacking anything. Now he's going after the Zhu Chu here. It takes a while for him to die. And the army here is just getting blown to pieces as Magic shooting scoots back, manages to take out the Zhu Chu. Now he can go after the Yinglong, but he's frontlining versus those Dows. So the Dows can take down the Hero Arcus. Nope, Yinglong is down. And I think Magic is going to be able to hold this push. What's happening behind this, though? Eisomarto is struggling to get himself the population. Axe Cart going down. Up to the top. One Heavy Murmillo and a Dream. Can the Citizen come through, or does the tower refocus too fast? It does. You come in and just shank the tower down with the Citizens. That's always an option. Citizens have a bonus versus towers. But can Magic do the Magic stuff? Magic, for those of you who don't know, he is arguably the best deathmatch player of all time. There's a couple of other players in the conversation, like Nakamura and Yoshi, but Magic's late game is second to none in the Supremacy world. If Magic can get to an equal late game spot with Gaia, I'd take him over nearly anyone. The Fanatics are coming through, but the issue for Magic is he does not have an equal position. He needs to start a trade route soon. His Citizens sit chilling over here. He's struggling for gold. Does drop a Carnivora on this position. He's getting pushed back. Trying to take good fights here, but Eisomarto's got infinite. He's got infinite Dow Swordsman to throw into the mass here. We are going to see an attempt at a palace coming through as this 87.5 crush damage hero. It's basically the same as the Polyphemus, right? Going to be actually taking that palace out before it's finished up. There's a lightning weapons to come through from Eisomarto, and Magic here is going to be losing this fight. He does have the Fanatics slowly trickling in, but he's got 3 palace. He does have 3 palace. So he can get the Fanatics out, but he needs the economy to get them out. And with Eisomarto taking this middle spot and this spot, I don't see Magic having the fight to be able to hold on, basically. Eisomarto is just getting further and further in front. Does Eisomarto have the killer instinct? Yes, he does. He hasn't started a trade route, but he's got 4 markets up, and that trade route is going to come online like this. Now, Magic is looking at this army going, that's just pure Dow. If I build Fnatic, Champion Arcus, and Murmillo and Dryad, I should be able to beat this army. But I think there's a difference here in armory upgrades as well. It's just these are so cheap, so population effective, and Magic just does not yet have himself a full population army that can realistically take these wins. Wen Zhong coming in causing issues as well. Juan Yuan's bloodline helping these guys in a crazy amount. The town center on the back here is going to be falling to boot. I don't know, guys. I might be calling it a little bit soon. Magic's a fighter, but this is looking like Magic can't stabilize into the late game. And Eisomarto is going to find himself with a 4-2 town center advantage, but not only just a 4-2 town center advantage, but a 4-2 town center advantage with the corner, very important corner, town center not available for Magic. So he's not going to be able to have that trade route, giving himself an advantage here. We are still seeing Fanatics, but Magic's got 130 pop remaining. He just can't get out of this position. Even underneath the 3 palace, there's just too many units for Eisomarto, and Eisomarto is just continuing to streamline in axe carts, Dow swords with the 56% pierce armor Dow swordsman, and Magic taps out as he just was not able to get to that position that he needed to get to hold. He needed this middle gold as the primary point of contention. He made a big attack to kill this town center. I think instead of that one decision, he got the town center kill. He lost a bunch of units though. Instead of going for that, pushing these gold mines, setting up his own palaces here, forcing the fight to move away from this position up to this top side, preventing this side from getting grabbed. All of that was the keys to victory, were the keys to victory for Magic, and he just couldn't quite lock it up. Eisomarto, what a game of Shenong from him. This is why Shenong is Eisomarto's portrait, though, in the Streamer Gods package. But a very, very well played game from Eisomarto. The series is not over just yet. The series is not over just yet. But Eisomarto's got 1 win until he makes it to the round of 8. Magic, he's got to pull out some magic here for the next match. Let's see if he can do it. I've seen him come back from worse. Let's jump to the draft, see what they're going to pick. All right, looks like the next map is going to be Mirage. And it's going to be Noir versus Huitzilopochtli. Interesting pick here from Eisomarto. Very, very interesting pick here from Eisomarto. I'm not surprised about the Noir, but Huitzilopochtli here is not a map that I would expect to see this god played on. I don't think it's a priority pick for this map. I think it's very offbeat. Thor makes sense here. Isis makes some sense here. Huitzilopochtli on Gorge? That's what I would be playing. But he picks Huitzilopochtli on Mirage. Maybe he has a cheese in the back of his mind. Fast advance from Huitzilopochtli. Blood packed all in. Makes some sense. Maybe there's a nice dock opening he can go for as well. Drop a dock. Herd your animals in. Get a couple fish. Advance fast. We'll have to wait and see. Magic needs to win this one if he has any hope. Well, not really. He doesn't have to win this one. He has chances, but this one's very, very important. This sets the tone for what the playoffs are going to be looking like. Let's jump into game number 4 and see if Eisomarto can get to the round of 8 or if Magic is going to be figuring this one out. Let's jump into Mirage. Ladies and gentlemen, off to game number 4. Magic back against the wall. 2-1 for Eisomarto. Magic picks his new Wa on the map, Mirage. Eisomarto takes Witzler and does open up with a dock. This to me is surprising. I like China versus Aztecs. I don't think this is a bad matchup for the Chinese in the slightest. And then you add the fact that it's a water map, that changes things as well. What are the keys to victory here for Magic is the big question. To see a game 5, what does Magic need to do? Well, first and foremost, there's a forward gold mine on this map. He's going to have to protect that. So rushing for a fast second talent center is a little bit risky. He could go for the how-to on this, or the earth wall on the talent center, try and get a talent center up, and maybe that works. It's a little bit risky. I think he has to open up with some units first, make sure that he doesn't die to any sort of early game warrior priest all in. But we'll see how it's going to go. We have the Zhui Coatl on the side. This one's a damage bonus versus myth units, plus 10%. Over on this side, with the Ankh of Ra, plus 0.06 favor per second there. We've also got over on this side the Jade Hair, nice one for the myth units. And finally, the Tail Feathers of Heaven, with infantry doing bonus damage there to boot. All right. In comes the Kwafu Chieftain as well from Magic. He's got his fishing ships going. He's just playing a nice slow boomy opening. And we do have the Kimichin Spy coming through as Magic says, leave me alone. But he doesn't alt S that. That's really, really weird. But okay. Into the main base, the Skylands, and just getting some important scouting information before it gets shut down there. And, well, Magic. Still no temple. Ready to go to the next stage. What is he going to go for? I really don't like the idea of a 2-talent center fast mythic here from the Aztecs, because you'll die to any aggressive classical age new Wa if you don't build units. But Magic's not going for that aggressive classical age. I don't know if I like the how-to here after a little bit of thinking. I think potentially going Zhuan Nu here is a little bit better. And opting for more aggression makes a lot of sense. When you think about the unit roster here, one unit that's quite difficult to kill is the Dao Swordsman for Eisomarto, for the Aztecs, up until the Heroic Age unlocks and the Shorn one start coming through. But even the Shorn one can get taken out by Fire Archers. Of course, you do have to worry about Eagle Warriors and things like that, but you've also got some decent answers to the Eagle Warriors inside of the Javelineers. Unlike a certain civilization, the Egyptian, who don't. Anyways, we'll see what's going to happen. We do see the Warrior Priests coming through, as Eisomarto can look for an early Blood Pack for some early damage. Can also look for some Tejipla cheese that has been nerfed quite a bit. Make one Tejipla now, it costs 20 favor. I think it was launched at like 10 favor or something crazy. And we're seeing a town center. No. There's no way this works. You just get hit with a blood pact. Everyone dies. There goes the heroic age. Units turning. The big boy getting the rocks thrown in. He will run. And a blood pact. Surely a blood pact comes through. He's going to turn into the Tajipla onto the backside there. Still no blood pact from Eisomarto. What is he thinking? As the Tajipla now coming through, and Magic, he will drop his Earth Wall. I think he was hoping for the blood pact so he can just run from it, but the Tajipla will go down. He deletes his town center. That there, I mean, I said it already. He's got to build units first. He can't go for a town center versus this god, but the warrior priest coming through, they're going to get some nice damage off, and the Cheongchi will pull back, but, well, Magic is now protected in his main base. I'm very, very confused here. Eisomarto kind of greeting a little bit with the blood pact, but he did manage to deny the town center. As the Cheongchi gets taken out by flying over a hero there. And now what for Magic? He's now going to be getting himself his military camp. He can grab this town center as well if he wants to. He's going to go for it. Now he's got a pretty decent response. This is what he should have done in the first place. A couple of Dow swordsmen and then the town center. Warrior priests do not do well versus the Dow swordsman. We've got an eyes. Snipe him! What? Oh, the Tajipla goes down. There goes the bunny rabbit as well. I'm pretty sure he gets back the resources for it as the Tajipla on this side trying to convert does manage to do so as the Dow swordsman will retreat out onto this side. The Kwafu chilling for the moment as that town center is queued up to get dropped, but Magic trying so hard to get a town center where I honestly don't even think he needs to here. Now the Machine Workshop is up, and he can play for a classical fight. We'll see if he's going to pop back over and attempt to get this. We've got the Ocelotl Warriors waiting to dive in here. Unfortunately, he doesn't utilize the special. So the way the Ocelotl works, the Ocelotl Warrior works is that when it jumps from ambush mode, when it's invis and jumps out of invis, it gets a big attack speed boost. But if it doesn't, if it's seen and it jumps, then no attack speed boost. The citizen, as the Kwafu still trying to get this up. See another Tajipla coming through, and it's not going to be quite able to get taken down, but I'm pretty sure you can simply just target this one down with those Dows. It's not a problem. We do have a blood pact coming in as the Ocelotl Warrior. That's a huge amount of damage on that blood pacted Ocelotl Warrior as the Kwafu hero going down. Of course, you can take the Ocelotl Warrior down. He's not that strong, and he will in fact die. And Magic gets his town center up. I think Magic has come out in front here. I could be wrong on calling this, but I think Magic has come out in front. I think that was 3 or 4 Tajipla. Maybe 3 Tajipla. He picked off a Kwafu hero, which comes back over time. It will come back. It kind of works like the Pharaoh. I think it's like 3 minutes or something, maybe 2 minutes. That'll come back online. Magic wants a third town. This guy is crazy. We also see a town center coming through for Eisomarto. If Magic can spot that, he can get some real big revenge damage on. But there is also the main base to be worried about. Unfortunately for Magic, I don't think he's even considering the fact that a town center could be getting grabbed by Eisomarto here. But both players on 2 town centers. Huge military advantage for Magic. I just want to see him kill the temple. Don't even worry about the villagers here. Killing off a temple is one of the best things you can do versus the Aztecs because this is the only place they can build heroes. It's similar to when you play versus Egyptian. If you take out their temple, then they can't make heroes. He's going to dive in onto this side, drops himself the Agave Bloom down to attempt to try and make this fight work, but just attacking those villagers starts taking away that HP. The Outswordsman going after the temple yet again as those Jaguar Riders coming through. But Fire Archers, these guys, well, they deal damage. Doesn't matter how much HP is coming back from that Agave Bloom. It's not enough. And Magic focus fires down the units, kills them both, and he is looking like he is in a commanding position at the moment. But Heroic Age is in for Eisomarto. I keep on saying Coatlicue. I'm still not sure how to say that. But Noble's Hut is going to get taken out. And this means, of course, Fire Archers are on the way. Magic can simply go for Javelineers. I think that the Javelineer with the 4.8 speed, and it does have a little bit less range than the Eagle Warrior, that is more than enough of a unit that can take out the Eagle Warrior. It is a good answer to the Eagle Warrior for Magic. The other option is get Heroic Age. Get Heroic Age and make White Horse Cav. But they die pretty easily to the Tlalmani Spearman. It's a harder micro fight. Magic now says, foot off the gas, pulling back. Does he see the town center? No. He's going to check it out, though, make sure that it is up, and he gets the information. He sees that one there coming over onto this side. Going to pull away. 2 Eagle Warriors will continue to throw damage in. He's going to split his army off as the Eagle Warriors, in no amount, like they don't really do damage to the Dows. He gets 1 kill, but the Dows will simply pull back. And in fact, if Magic wants to, he can speed walk out of here a little bit. Nice speed walk there, and he'll lose a Fire Archer for it, but no real problems where that's concerned. As the villagers, the Citizen, keep on saying Citizen. These guys remind me of Citizen because they're 3-pop. The Quafu walls are always your answer versus this type of Eagle Warrior shenanigan. Now, here's the other issue for Eisomarto. One play that he wanted to do in this game was a 40 favor Ayatochli attack. But he can't get into the main base and do that because of the Earth Wall, because of these walls. He has to break through stuff first and then wander in, which means there should be enough time for Magic to deal with that. On top of that, there's also, I'm saying the Eagle Warriors don't kill Dow, as I just see them, all the Dows dying, but Magic gets the time in that he needs to get his base sorted, kinda, yep, to get his base sorted. And we'll also see even more walls coming up from Magic, and I'm sure he's just going to drop a ballet immediately. He's got the resources for a Mythic Age ready, but the wood situation not quite in. Grabbing Shaft Mine, maybe not the right idea for this Heroic Age, but we'll see what's going to happen there. So there it goes, ballet immediately. I have to imagine he's just rushing the Mythic Age in. Mythic Age makes a lot of sense from Magic now. He's not going to take a huge amount of damage, though the Tochli is in, and about yes, the scary part here is the Blood Pack taking out the town center, going to the Mythic Age. But Magic, surely he's going to be getting himself up a Imperial Academy and getting ready to hold here. I just don't like that he took the foot off the gas there. He had such a big advantage, opted for the Heroic Age, and now he's actually under the pump here, as he does decide Zhurong is going to be his god of choice. The Tao Wu comes through, gets that damage done. Fire Archers on the bank, they're going to be getting cleaned up. The White Horse Cav charging in. Shoot and scoop micro from Eisomarto is going to be big. As the Tao Wu, though, that can sit in the front and get some nice damage done. This Ayatochli not getting taken out is so big. As Magic says, it's time for Zhurong, but I'm scared for Magic. I don't think this is the right call. He's going to put a ballet up in the back. He could make himself Javelineers if he wants. He's already invested in the Architect, so he can. They're already up to medium. Does he have himself his Imperial Academy? Now he does. So he can at least get something in. As the Quafu Hero is going to come in. He does drop the ballet on the back. Of course, the Ayatochli can just come over and nuke that with his upgrades there, as the Quafu Hero getting taken down. Now onto the backside comes the White Horse Cav, as the White Horse Cav. There's too many of those Eagle Warriors. How many White Horse Cav do you need to kill off that amount of Eagle Warrior? More than 4. That's the simple answer. And not only that, units dying here is giving Tonali over to Eisomarto as he is creeping up to his 40 favor for that Blood Pact. Now Magic does manage to get what I would consider to be probably enough of these White Horse Cav. Can he get in and actually take them all out is the big question. I think he will. And once you get to a small enough amount, then they will be very, very powerful here. Blood Pact does get dropped onto the Tochli, and Magic's going to be leaving that one. His White Horse Cav aren't really working for him here at the moment, as this ballet and that ballet might end up going down here. Magic's got to actually finish off the Tochli, as it does use its special to roll in instead of moving onto this side. A little bit of better micro from Eisomarto. Could have killed off both of those positions, but the Mythic Age from Magic will be in. Off onto the top side. There is this ballet coming through with some villagers going down. Magic will garrison. But, I mean, do you drop the flame down onto the Eagle Warriors? What do you go straight in for Tiger Cav here? The fact of the matter is, Eisomarto should be making some spearmen. Him not making spearmen here, at least a handful. He's got one war hut queued up. At least a handful of spearmen is very, very confusing for me. Another Tochli over here. This one's going to end up getting taken down. This Magic will drop the big god power into the main base, trying to take out some villagers. I think it does, yeah. We'll pick off a handful of villagers here. So this is the type of damage that Magic needs to equalize a little bit. He takes out a couple villas, takes out a town center. He's going to be somewhat equal moving forward, but he needs to get the advantage on White Horse Cav to take out those Eagle Warriors in the middle. As he charges after them, gets that damage started. The Eagle Warriors will turn as the White Horse Cav looks like they will finally get that fight that they're after, as more coming in onto the backside. Magic trying to get the surround onto them, does manage to do so. Great control from Magic as Eisomarto's numbers are starting to dwindle, and that was a very big military advantage from Eisomarto. The Magic manages to get through that. Can't keep fighting, can't keep moving here into the main base though. He's got to be careful. One Thlaumani Spearman in, more Thlaumani Spearman coming through. Town Center going to be coming back online, but Magic is up now to 3 Town Centers, or just about up to 3 Town Centers. But Magic throws away all of his units. She just took the win and ran away. That's something that I don't see enough of. As the Jutsu is in. It doesn't tell me it's picked off villagers, but I guarantee you villagers have been picked off. Huge opportunity here for Magic, but he's not paying attention. Huge opportunity. Look at all the villagers. He turns. Eisomarto not paying attention. He ran the villagers, but they're back here as well. Now look at that damage coming in. This thing does so much damage to these villagers. Eisomarto is going to get completely brutalized here. Of course, Magic has got 90 favor in the bank. That unit, the Jutsu, has to be built again. It's an amazing answer for Eagle Warrior, everything. And it forces Eisomarto to make the Warrior Priests. It's the Tiger Cav coming through. Thlaumani Spearman going to be tanking up that front position there. Magic's going to have to think about how he's going to get through those. And I think the answer is simply just build Jutsu to annihilate the Spearmen. They've got low HP. They die quickly. Lots and lots of Tonali getting left there, as Eisomarto doesn't even have any heroes in at the moment. Magic takes the fight. A little bit of micro from Magic would have gone a long way there, as he's now going to start shooting, scooting away. But militarily speaking, equal villager differential is now favoring Magic, but he's got a little bit of a mountain to climb now. We've also got Jaguar Riders in onto this side. There goes the Pillar of Tlalocan, as Magic does need to get himself out. The Axe Card and everything else. The citizens can move, or the villagers can move. He could move to the top gold mine. He's got the gold mine over on this side that he can go to as well. Pulling behind his Earth Wall for the time being is an option. Axe Cart will come through to help take this out, but I don't I don't know if Magic's going to be able to make that work there. He's got to find a different place to attack, distract, and then get the axe cart out to deal with this Pillar of Tlalocan. But Spearmen are going to be able to deal with it. Eagle Warrior is going to be able to deal with it. Over onto this side, one. Ahuazotl is in, but Li Jing is there. Li Jing will get that stun, get that damage done as well. You do have to move this guy in a bit closer if you want to take out myth units. You can see how much damage he does once he's on the front line. But he misses a lot of shots otherwise. As the Heavy Eagle Warrior is coming onto this side, bit of good micro there from Eisomarto as he retreats to allow his Talmani Spearman to come through. Coming in onto this side, trying to take out more villages. As there goes the Earth Monster, and Magic should be trying to escape this. You've got to run from it. Units will all come through, but maybe Li Jing is going to have his special up at the end to allow Magic to escape. He pulls out of this side, trying to find somewhere else to go. As now that comes in, the axe cart can take out the Pillar of Tlalocan. Units popping back out here as Li Jing does have his special, so he can use that to retreat, but doesn't. Militarily speaking, after all is said and done, it is equal, so there's still a game here, ladies and gentlemen. Magic's got his work cut out for him. He deals with the Pillar of Tlalocan. The big advantage that Magic has is on economy. He's up nearly 30 villages. But he needs gold mines. This is the only gold he's got at the moment. He does have this one, technically, as another machine workshop to come through. He's got himself 2 ballets, which isn't really enough to spam out units. He doesn't have the food situation that he needs, but he can build farms for basically free. Just for those of you playing at home, he's got this technology here called Slash and Burn, and the farms getting built are 15 wood. So, yeah, Magic can build himself out 20 farms for basically nothing here if he wants to. But he's not doing that, which is strange, because he's spamming out Tiger Cap. Anyways, up to the top side, checking this town center, sees nothing there. Can raid this, can take out the Great Temple. Magic getting pushed off of this gold mine, though, should allow him to move over onto this position. As the Tiger Cav come through, pushing Eisomarto off this position. Main base under attack. The axe carts, they're slow, 2.6 speed, but they are brutally strong, brutally tanky. Once he gets in there, if Eisomarto is not paying attention, it can be very, very, very difficult to deal with this. Does Eisomarto see it? Is the big question. No reaction from the villagers. No reaction from the spearmen. The spearmen chasing off the Tiger Cav. Now he does move over. Can the villagers take out the axe carts fast enough? Is the question. There's only 7 of them. 8 of them. I was close, I guessed. It's not going to be enough. The axe cart raids are always a risk. Now we see the Birds of Doom coming through. 6 warrior priests queued up, but those are for the Tajipla. As the Juchu flying in. Can he get the damage onto these guys? Yes, he can. They're starting to run. 4-speed Jutsu, not going to be quite quick enough. He doesn't need to kill off those guys, though. He needs to kill off the Warrior Priest and the Tlalocan Spearman. The Tlalocan Spearman getting erased here. As the stun comes down onto this position as well from the Li Jing. You have to imagine if you combine the Li Jing stun with the Jutsu, what an insane amount of damage that could do as the Eagle Warrior numbers are starting to dwindle. The Jutsu numbers also falling here as well, but the Warrior Priest over here, is it enough? Yes, it is. Picks off another one. Another Warrior Priest coming in as that's going to get taken down very, very quickly, but the army of Eisomarto gets absolutely obliterated. And to the top, Ahuazotl coming through, trying to cause some issues, but Li Jing is in, and that's going to be a dead Ahuazotl over there. As the ballet coming up, Eisomarto grabbed this 3rd town center, but he's getting a ballet put up on his face there. Can Magic find his way through Eisomarto moving forward? Magay cultivation also coming through, as now we've got upgrades and all the other good stuff in from Eisomarto. You kind of forgot to get all those upgrades in. It does give him a boost of gold. As the axe cart gets sent away, Magic is pulled back, trying to recuperate, trying to rejig it all. Still hasn't really put his farms down. He's got a grand total of 12 farms here, which I just don't think is enough if you want to be making Tiger Cat. Armory check. Magic missing himself. Bronze male. On the flip side, I wish I could tell you because I still don't know, but I think Eisomarto is at full bronze. I think he's at full bronze. The stun goes down and Magic pulls the Jutsu. I gotta be honest. The way to use the Jutsu at the moment is take the damage, but deal the damage. You're doing more damage than you're taking. But he didn't go for it. Magic for the moment. Pulling back, trying to take out those units, and he loses both of the Jutsu there. That's what I mean. Just send them. Send them in. Get the damage done. Don't need to retreat. Maybe retreat one that's getting attacked if you want, and the other one can get the damage done. Axe cart's in. Axe cart's the counter to Eagle Warriors, it seems. One to the top side. Salmani Spearmen trying to kill off villagers. They'll happily turn and get that damage done. But Eisomarto has pulled this game back yet again. One to the top side. Ballets going up as well for Magic. As the town center here ends up falling. Axe cart's going down. Eisomarto coming over to grab his town center. Ballets from Magic all around here as he's trying to figure this out. I don't think he's losing here. The score might say it, but he's still got a big amount of stuff he can do. The Eagle Warriors will take down. Now, the Eagle Warriors don't have ballistics or homing ballistics. So against the Eagle Warriors, you can still do the wiggle micro that you used to be able to do to basically make your flying units invincible. You can still do that versus Eagle Warriors. You can't do it versus Warrior Priests. But I think here, after all is said and done, I think Eisomarto is stabilized. Magic, on the other hand, if we do a quick gold mine count, 1, gone. He's got 1 gold mine left. Eisomarto, on the other hand, he's got 2.5. He's got basically 3. Big advantage for Eisomarto. And every time Magic moves forward, he is getting slapped with those Eagle Warriors. Another big, fat blood pact onto the Otochli. And without massive amounts of heroes, you just got to ignore it. It's not an important unit. You're going to lose the town center. He's going to lose the Otochli. You just rebuild the town center. It's not a big deal. It's the cavalry charging forward. Those fire archers need to hit the Tlalmani Spearmen here. But they're attacking the Kinemetsen. Town center is coming back up for Magic. Magic now does have himself 41 villagers on food. He's got the income correctly set up now. Economic check, he's got everything. Armory check. Well, that's Eisomarto. Eisomarto is missing some upgrades. Magic has everything. He's still missing his armory upgrades. He's still missing his champion upgrades for his cav. He's just about to be able to afford it, but the fact of the matter is he's about out of gold. And this is the problem. He has to start a trade route. He started a trade route. He's got 21 ox caravans. But Eisomarto has not needed to. Eisomarto is going for a Titan now. It's the ballet on the back. Falling. There goes the Titan Gate. Immediately for Eisomarto. He's going to take it a whole bunch of villagers and build this one up. And Magic, can he get his own Titan out? He's got the favor for it, but he doesn't have the resources. Charging forward yet again. Now he brings in the Terracotta Riders to help himself out as those fire archers, they need to micro. They've got to hit the right units here. Jutsu is back in to try and deal with all this. Over on this side, we've got a random axolotl mutant. This is the Mythic Age myth unit for the Aztecs. Eisomarto is going to pull back. Brings in some warrior priests. Magic says, all right, I'll pull away. He's now getting himself finally champion cav. But how is he going to deal with the Titan here is the question. How is he going to deal with the Titan? Raids over onto this side, always good, but the Spearmen are in position from Eisomarto. Eisomarto is playing out of his mind in this game. Great Temple coming up on this position. And in comes Magic with his Jutsu. He's sitting on the front here trying to take these units out, but he needs units to take out the Warrior Priest. Warrior Priest is so weak on the HP front. They die so quickly. But their DPS is insane. So if you ignore them, guess what? They're going to kill off your myth unit. But if you target them down, your myth unit is going to be amazing. So Warrior Priest charging forward. Juju just gets pulled all the way back. Another ballet for Magic coming in. Can Magic bring this? If Magic managed to pull this one out of his hat, I mean, he's got the superhero from China. So he's kind of semi-Greek here. He's got the Jiang Xia. He's got pioneers he can mass out. That's the Cav trying to get it onto that back line of units, doing a good job of it. Magic getting sages and everything out. He's getting prepared for the Titan. It's going to be a very, very tough hold for him, though. The problem is building pioneers is just building them into champion eagles. Is there any way that Magic can somehow stop this? 350 favor for Blazing Prairie isn't available for him. The gold mine is going to be gone. He has to rely on trade. He has 50 mechanical ox caravans, mind you. Fantastic. But he's got no gold in the bank at the moment. Great temple up on this side as Eisomarto continues to spam those out. Eisomarto now moving over onto the right side to take the entirety of the map. And here comes the 4 jars tech, which gives him even more population. What can Magic do? Can he figure this out? Because on top of this now, Serpent Skirt comes in. This makes it even harder for the Aztec late game to fall here. We've also got another unique tech, Burnt Water. Makes the towers shoot out water. We do have this Huitzilopochtli incarnate coming through as well. You have to just target him down. Another power spike coming in as the next amount of myth unit will join in. But funnily enough, he's getting those myth units out as the heroes are in. Sages through, steals one sage, or one sits in the middle there to help him out. Jiang Xia is going to be big here, but that gets targeted down. The Titan marching across the map for Eisomarto to claim the victory here. Magic, plenty of resources in the bank. Main base is going to be his option. I'd love to see Eisomarto just walking around the walls. Wait, he doesn't kill the walls? Hello? I thought the walls would die. He just walks over them. All right, fair enough. Eisomarto going straight for the main town center here. As this army, for the moment, he's looking like Magic is winning this fight. He loses his town center. He's going to lose this town center as well. Eisomarto with plenty of resources in the bank, though. He can rebuild in a big way here. It's a fortified town center for Magic. Is going to be falling. Town center up onto the top, also going to be falling over here. Eisomarto making his way in onto this position, and Magic taps out in an epic 4-game series with Eisomarto pulling off the upset of his life here. What a series from Eisomarto. This guy comes from nowhere. He has improved over the past 2 years to being able to topple one of the greatest to have ever played this game. Of course, we're just getting started here. Magic is out for week 1, but there's 5 weeks. There are 5 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. He'll be back next week. Eisomarto he's going to be preparing now for his next round matchup. His next round matchup, whom could be either Grass and Groom or Hell's Ravage. That's on Saturday. But for now, we have a little bit of a break. I think it's about an hour and 20 minutes break until our next match, which is going to be, I believe, Ulysses versus Tunison. So make sure you stick around for that. I'm going to play a couple games. I'm going to have a short break and eat something, but I'll play some games. Don't you guys go nowhere. What an insane series. Congratulations to Eisomarto. See you next week, Magic. All right. See you guys soon. we are going to switch over to our other scene. We will be back with more Road to Athens playoff one action in about an hour. So if you guys are not really keen on your regularly scheduled Boit content, which is me eating my dinner and then playing some games, then come back in an hour and we will do your why is my brain only telling me Japanese at the moment? Your special content. Come back in an hour and we'll be having Tunison and Ulysses. It's a very, 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 very good matchup here. This is probably my pick for. I got two picks for my most favorite. I'll tell you. Okay, the matchups to not miss this week. If you're gonna watch any matchups during the weekday, of course, all of the matchups on Saturday and Sunday are going to be peak. If you're gonna watch any two matchups this week, you should be checking out Tunison Ulysses and Husk Sorpet Matrius. That's the two series. That's my picks for best series this week. That's going to be in a little over an hour today, and the other one is if I was a schedule, I would be right about here. It is on Thursday at 1900 GMT. So there you go. What's on Saturday and Sunday? Round of 8 and round of 4 and round of 2. All right, we're going to change scenes. Of course, all the other matchups are really good. This unfortunately we've got some clashes. That's how the weekdays are going to work. But fortunately, we've got some amazing casters to cover the clashes as well. We're going to have Moose covering Grass versus Hell's Ravage. And we're going to have Motaba covering the other clash, which is Mosca Zucolo, I believe. Round of 8 means there'll be 4 series running concurrently. No, it's 4 series sequentially. So 1400 GMT, roughly. Then, so 1400 GMT on Saturday, 1530-ish, 1700-ish, and then 1900-ish. And you can expect the day to be over by about something like that, like 20 GMT-ish, I guess. Do I use Xbox? No. Did no one pick Egypt? No, we did that. There was a pick of Egypt from Eisomarto, but he didn't pick it. He didn't play it. He picked it. He could have played it. He didn't. All right. Let me, I'm going to host a game, play someone, but I need to finish my tuck up. Also, if you guys want the maps that we're playing on for the tournament, it's available to download in the mod store. You just got to look for the mod Gameathlon. All the technical issues sorted out? Yeah, at the moment. Super weird, right? The solution to the problem was to run Steam in administrator mode and to run Age of Mythology in non-administrator mode. Oh, big boy Kavoth. Can you give me a moment to eat my toast? What I think Magic should have done in the last game? I think he should have kept the pressure up. He was too scared of Eagle Warrior and he should have gone into Javelineers. They're really good versus the Eagle Warrior with Dow Swordsman at the front. Should have kept the pressure up, went for his next town center, like 3 town centers while keeping on going. I think he would have won that game. He definitely had the advantage, and I think he made 2 really bad mistakes, I think. One was going to the Mythic Age too fast, and 2 was going to the Heroic Age too fast. Can I do a Villager Rush tutorial? I've got no idea how to do that. Actually, I do have one idea for a Villager Rush. I haven't done it since Legacy, but I think it might be okay in Retold now because you have survival equipment. Don't Javelineer have -2 range disadvantage against the Eagle Warriors? No. They get 1 range every technology. So they start at is it 16? 16 range. Then they go to 17 range. Then they go to 18 range. And then they go to 19 range. All right. Thank you for bearing with me while we ate my dinner. Let's show Kavoth a thing or two. Young Oath has an idea. I doubt it. I doubt you have an idea, but go on. Yeah, I read that idea yesterday. You said that one already. And you got told by the streamer that you're a dumbass. That happened already. We don't need a repeat of that. I was there. I appreciate that streamer putting you in your place. Oh dear. Sorry, not sorry. Like we've already had it up to here with you with your bloody Quafu nonsense. And you want to tell me about the myth unit caravans and all that bullshit? Probably works. Oh. Okay. Interesting.
建築担当
準備できたよ。指示ある。任せて。
なんだ
Okay, let's go ahead and pop this. Like,
建築担当
I'll go onto that wood line. It's not the best one. Good luck, have fun, Kavoth.
準備完了建築工事
Anyone know what I'm supposed to do in this matchup? Anyone got any ideas? This one is hard for Amaterasu or for Tsukiyomi? 2TC boom?
何
Alright. I like that idea. I like that idea. We'll just see if there's a talent center that I can grab though, because if there's not, then... I mean, this one might be okay. Also, if I do that though, I'm just gonna... My Kavoth is just gonna spam Cav at me. Broken Cav.
何いく聞こ
When are they gonna nerf cavalry? Like, they nerf myth unit, like raiding myth units into the ground, right?
なんだ
No one likes... Well, everyone wants to nerf the Raiju into the ground, but cavalry are way more broken.
準備完了建築担当採掘なんだ 準備完了。
Alright, this, we do this.
なんだ了解行くま了解
Need a house.
指示建築担当。建築担当。採掘。
指示ある建築担当採掘
なんだ準備完了。建築採掘。
準備はい行くねはい任せて行くね何はい任せ行くね何はい
Maybe?
了解
Let's do it.
なんだ
指示は建築採掘。
準備できたよ行くね採掘
なんだ準備完了。なんだ了解。木こり。
何はい聞こえ指示ある準備できたよ任せて何
I don't like that this is open. This is nice and closed. I don't like that that's open because I'm just gonna get owned on it. I might have to move my guys over there or something. I don't know.
なんだレオはい行くね任せてはい神楽
Alright, I need a house. Let's just build.
指示ある
Let's build it over here to sort of lock this off.
何準備できたよ了解行くね何
指示は建築担当。
指
You
示ある
did just scout me, right?
なんだはいマクルはい何行くね準備できたよはい了解マカはい何なんだ了解神楽
はい了解。任せろ。
指示ある行く任せて
なんだ
何はい了解聞こ
準備完了。建築木こり。行くぞ。建築担当。
準備行くね聞こ
なんだ了解。建築担当。
なんだ神楽何神楽指示ある
はい。建築担当。指示は任せろ。了解。建築担当。準備完了。はい、行くぞ。カリ。
準備できたよ建築担当何任せ聞こ建築担当
はい、採掘。
なんだ建築担当
なんだ了解。建築担当。準備完了。わかり。はい、建築担当。なんだ
何はい準備できた了解聞こ指示ある聞こ何マイクね任せてはい家畜
家畜。
なんだ
準備完了。採掘。なんだか了解。建築担当。ごし、はい、向かおう。了解しました。はい。建築了解。建築担当。木こり。
指示ある。何？建築担当。建築担当。準備できたよ。了解。建築担当。何？任せ。攻撃。行くね。なんだ？了。攻撃用。はい、攻撃用。任かぐら。
出発する。
指示ある。
10個り。
準備聞こ
少し向かおう。
何？建築担当。準備。建築担当。建築担当。何？建築聞こ
でわしが明日よ用意。
なんだ？
Okay.
で明日よおせい。何事じゃ。
任務に従います。何でしょう。任務遂行。
用意でわしがやろう。
なんだ？建築担当。
指示ある。建築担当。
準備完了。
準備できたよ。
はい。任せろ。準備建築担当。
指示を用意はできた。用意。
なんだ？建築担当。
わし出るぞ。よかろ。
指示。はい。建築担当。建築担当。
出るぞ。
何？はい、か。
明日用意。わしがやろう。よかろう。
なんだ？建築行くぞ。
何？か。
わし用意は出るぞ。わしがやろう。用意。指示を申せ。
準備を任せろ。建築担当。
あそこへ行こう。よ出るぞ。
指示は行くぞ。
何がわしが前進じゃ。
はい。任せろ。攻撃。採掘。
準備。私が参ります。
なんだ？行くぞ。指示。建築準備完了。了解。
何か用意。何事だ。出るぞ。
了解。突撃。準備完了。
命を聞く。何か用意。よかろう。
了解。出発前進。進め。はい。突撃。攻撃。了解。戦闘開始。ご指示を。突撃。
わしがやろう。指示を用意はできておる。
準備前進。はい。進むか。任務了。はい。向かう。了解。はい。了解しました。はい。準備完了。建築担当。指示は
行くね。建築担当。建築担当。
建築担当。
何かわしに任せよ。出るぞ。
何です？戦闘開始。任務了解。攻撃。はい。向かおう。はい。向かおう。
何？指示ある。はい。
何事じゃ。
何でしょう。はい。了解。
命を戦のここぞ。
任務に従う。指示を。ご指示を。はい。出発。はい。任務。はい。向かう。はい。任務。向かう。はい。了解し。前進。準備完了。了解。建築担当。
何かよかろう。突撃せよ。
準備完了。出発。向かう。はい。はい。了解。出発する。
何命を聞く。出る。わしが
Alright.
わし用意はできておる。あそこへ行こう。何わしに任せる。
建築担当。建築担当。
用意はできておる。
指示。建築担当。
何か用意。用意はできてわしに任せ。指示を何かわし。
何？建築担当。
あそこ命をわしがやろう。よかろう。
I need to get a castle up somewhere. Maybe
Nanda?
here is a good idea.
建築担当。
指示を申せ。よし。
かおう。なん
わしに
でしょう。
任せよ。何か命を聞こう。戦のここぞ。撃て。
なんで、はい、前進します。行く前へ。はい。
What?
何あそこへ行こ
準備整いました。ご異議なし。ご命令を前進します。今参ります。
う。何か用意わしに。
買います。了解。
建築準備完了。建築担
準備
当。
できたよ。マクレオ家畜。
なんで了解。
なんでしょうか。ましょ異議なし。
何？はい、建築担当。
ご命令今参り。私が参ります。
何？なんだ？建築担当。
準備整いました。買います。異議なし。今参ります。ごし私が参ります。今異議なし。何です？今私が参ります。戦の時。
了建築担当。なんだ準備か行くぞ。了解。木こり建築担当。
今異議なし。
Ah, you! I told you to run! I swear!
木こり任せろ。建築担当。
なんでしょ今異議私が了解。今買います。今異議なし。
指示ははい。準備完
何が
了。
家畜？
なんご命令を私が参ります。了解。今参ります。
Did I not build this?
なんだ行くぞ。了解。建築担当。
なんでしょう。ご指示をください。
準備完了。建築担当。指示建築担
準
当。
備行くね。建築担当。建築担当。建築担
準
当。
備ご命なんです
建築担当
なんで。しょう。任せご指示をください。前進します。
任務に従います。なんだ建築担当。準備建築担当。
準備整いました。
何？了解
行く。ぞ。任せろ。建築担
なんです
当。
ご指示をください。準備整いました。
What?
はい、行くね。指示や行く了解。
私が参り承知。
なんだ？
準備なんだ。了解。行くぞ。了解。建築担当。はい。行くぞ。任せろ。なんだ指示了解。
I'm upset.
異議なし。
My wall
指
was
示や
perfectly
建築
built.
担当。
承知。
準備完了。
任せ何今ご指示をください。
はい。建築担
なんで
当。
異議なし。
行く任せて。カール。
建築担当。建
準備
築担当。
整いました。ご指示をください。今参り買います。異議なし。なんでしょう。今参ります。
任務遂行。
了解。戦の時。
行くぞ。建築担当。なんだ再準備再
準備整いました。了解。異議なし。
建築担当。建築
お
担当。
任せください。なんです。今私が参ります。異議なし。
建築担当。行くぞ。採掘建築担当。
指示やる。
I don't really know what I'm
建築
trying to
担
do
当
here.
マカル行くね。
I
最終。何？建築担当。
feel like I need a whole
なん
bunch
だ
more Miko at
はい
this
建
point.
築担当。準備完了。建築
ご準備
担当。指示を
整いました。今参ります。ご了解。何でしょう。買います。異議承知。私が参
I
ります。
was to attack something.
行くね。建築担当。何？建築担
何の
当。
作業
指示やる。
What would it
建
be?
築担当。
承知。向かいます。
Maybe actually going into a whole bunch of shinobi wouldn't be
今参ります。
terrible, but
なんだ？はい。任せて。準備行くね。何？準備で。了解。指示行くね。
準備今参り買います。
了解。任せろ。はい採掘。
準備とご命令を突撃します。
はい何です。ご指示を。
お任せください。ご指示をください。私が無償はい
何？
建築担当。
なんです。突撃します。 ご命令を。準備を従います。了解しました。承知。切ります。お任せください。戦の時。出発する。はい。了解しました。なんだ出発する。はい。任務遂行。向かう。出発する。はい。了解。はい。出発する。任務遂行。はい。出発する。了解しました。はい。向かう。突撃。はい。了解。出発する。戦闘開始。
Undodgeable got bow.
任務に従います。了解しました。指示は了解。建築担当。準備完了。了解。なんだ。はい。了解しました。
準備できたよ。はい。建築担当。
了解。任務指示を。準備完了。行くぞ。任せる。採掘。
何？
準備はい。
指示ある。
建築担当。
任せて。建築担当。建築担当。建築担当。了解。行くね。はい。建築担当。
任務なんです。出発する。了解しました。はい。了解。なんでしょう。向かおう。準備か。はい。了解しました。出発する。了解。向かおう。はい。了解。向かおう。任務遂行。了解。はい。出発する。任務に従います。進め。了解。はい。出発。はい。任務向かおう。了解。出発する。了解。任務向かおう。はい。了解。了解しました。向かおう。攻撃。はい。了解。戦闘開始。向かおう。進め。はい。了解しました。はい。了解。前進。攻撃。はい。
準備できたよ。何？行くね。任せて。建築担当。
はい。なんでしょう。
なんだ？資料。はい。建築担当。
建築担当。準備完了。了解。なんでしょう。了解し向かう指示を。はい。出発する。任務前へ。指示はなんだ。行動する。ご指示を。戦闘開始。準備できた。進め。はい。前進。篠の務め。なんです。進め。指示を。
何？建築
なんでしょう。
何？準備できたよ。
I need to fix this golden tom.
なんだ？任せて。行くね。建
ご
築担
指示を。
当。
準備完了。なんでしょう。
押し出せ。
ご指示を。はい。向かおう。任務に従います。任務遂行。指示を。出発する。
よかろ突撃せよ。
なんです。準備完了。建
準備建
築担当なんだ。
築担当。
指示了解。はきこり任せろ。建築担当。建築担当。準備完了。指示を。はい。
おいはガヤロウ。指示をよかろ。
何？はい。了解。はい。行く。はい。指示ある。建築
わしに
担当。
任せよ。
なんだ。これ建築担当。
何か。あそこへよかろ。
指示は建築担当。
命を聞こう。あそこ前進じゃ。
There's a trader
準備
out
完了
started.
建築担当。
わしに任せよ。わしがやろう
Let's。start one.
任務遂了。攻撃。
戦のここぞ。よわしがあそこへ行こう。よ出るぞ。
何？建
指示は建
築担当。
築担当。
わしに任せよ。
なんでしょ
指示を申せ。
う。なんだ。建築担当。
何事じゃ。
Alright.
準備完了。
よあそよ。わしは用意。出るぞ。あそよ出る用意。
ご指示を。
わ よい
指示を突
出る
撃
ぞよかろよしわしがやるせ戦士突撃せよ出るぞ
承知
何かあそこへ行こう突撃せよ
準備できたよ。マカ採掘。レオ建築担当。何？攻撃採
指示を
指示を
出るぞ
準備はい
よかよい焦るよわしがわしに任せよ用意はできてよ何事前進じゃ
動こう結界を破れ何でしょう進めはい了解任務に従います何です任務準備完了
支配任せていくね。はい。建築担
なんだ行くぞ建築担当指示を任務に従います何でしょう突撃導かれし道指示をよし準承知陰陽天図動こう承知結界を破れ導かれし道陰陽天図承知動こうよし承知指揮官よ指示結界を破れ任務支配
わしがやろう
準備できたよ。レオ建築担当。
撃て戦の矛ぞ突撃せよしよい
何かな
行くね。建築担当。
導かしよし
なんだ任せていくね。
よ撃てお天心じゃ焦るぞわしがやろう出るぞ突撃せよ
指示ある。何？レオ建築担当。
礼をあそこへ
指示了解しました
指示をもよ撃てよ戦押し出せ戦の矛ぞよかろう撃てよし突撃せよ押し出せあそこへ来れるぞ
了解
準任せて。
指示を向かう何です
用意わし出るぞ
準備完了
Ah! My
指示は
hotkey.
準備はい建築担当指示を任務に従います右なし指示は行く
Where's my samurai though?
何？
なんだ
建築の作業。
指示をあそこへ行こう出るぞ用意
なん行動切る準備を向かう仕掛ける
指示をあそこへ行こう前進じゃ
I need the pressure on this side.
用意何事
日野の務め右なし
よかろ
準備できた
出るぞ用意戦の用意押し出せ前進突撃せよ
何任務開始指示を承知なんだ行く前へ行動的な承知切る進むなん了解
何かよかろう
指示は任務遂行任せろ準備了解指示をなん前進攻撃突撃進め
わしに任せよあそこへ行こ
了解向かう行く仕掛け行動する任務に従う指示を
う用意はできてよ指示をわしがやる何か用意
なんだ農作業なんだ準備できた
よかろう
なんだ？建築担当。
行くぞ任せろ建築担当指示を何意義なし承知意義なし承知なんだ
あそこはしてるよ
なんです向かおう
はい。建築担当。採掘。
指示は準備了解出発する
指
指示は建築担当
建築担当
ご指示任務遂行向かおうはい突撃なんですはいはいなんだ
Alright.
指示を向かおう準備行くぞはい建築担当任務に従います建築担当なんでしょう準備任務はいなんです任務遂行
I think you guys need to come off
建
this.
築担当指示戦闘攻撃ご指示を突撃
出るぞ
任務にしはい指示を了解なんで向かおう準備でなんです
よか名誉結構わしがやる用意音声
何建築担当
あそこからわしがやる
指示は
なんだ任せてはい採掘
ご指示を了解しました戦闘開始準備完了
何かよかろうわしに任せ用意
準備でき
ご指令
たよ
か前進
何指示を用意よかろう戦の前進じゃ
任務に従います任務遂行なんです出発する
何
準備完はい建築担当指示は
指示ある了解建築担当
なんだ建築担当
準備任せはい採掘
焦るぞよかろうわしあそこへ行く用意
了解進め任務はい前進任務に進めなんでしょう攻撃準備か突撃
何採掘
出るぞ
指示は何光建築担当準備完了建築担当行くぞはい
何
なん
採掘
採掘ご指示を戦闘開始任せろなんはい進め指示は建築担当準備完了はい採掘
何かあそこへ行くわしがやるよし
なんだ任せろはい攻撃なんでしょう準備向かう任務に従います指示了解しました準備完了行くぞ了解はい指示は任せろ指示は建築担当指示を
Can we get in here or not?
はい前進準備完了任務遂行なんだ
何事じゃ突撃ぜよしだよし
出発する任務遂行
Let's keep finding places to make his life painful, I think.
指示建築担当
なんだ
準備完了そう建築担当
用意はできてよそのここぞ
なんかを
指示をもう死に任せる
指示ある
何用意よあそこへ行く用意
なんです
名誉結構前進じゃ出るぞ押し出せ
向かう指示な了解
準備できたよ
建築担当
用意はできてよそこへ行く何事じゃよかろ
ご指 指了解します。準備完了。なんだ？採掘。準備完了。
建築担当建築担当
出るぞ。
なんだ？建築担当。任務にして攻撃。任務する。準備。はい。なんだか。了解。はい。
何まはい行くね。
ん？採掘。指示は。
指示は任せて。
何か。なんで？はい。準備完了。
Victory! I did it! I beat the Kavathanator! Yay! Oh! Thank you, Soup, for the amazing game plan. And that was fun. I forgot there's a gold mine up here. Lol. Well, that game took it out of me. That there's 32 minutes and 50 seconds of taking it out of me. I guess the Takamikazuchi Raijin's infantry are still really tough for this god. I remember back in the very start of the Japanese DLC, we played a bunch of mirrors, and one thing that I found really difficult was dealing with samurai. 66.6. That's the charge melee attack. All right, GG. I really hope that we get to see some Mount Olympus games. The one thing that annoys me sometimes is about running these competitions is that I try and get like a really cool map pool together, and people are just so adamant that they don't want to play on these maps for some reason. But man, that was fun. GG. The new ranked version of this map is certainly a lot better than the old one. You need to force game one map. I'm not gonna lie. Hidden announcement. It is forced for the finals. Game one finals would be on Mount Olympus. Did I let that slip? I wasn't supposed to. That's supposed to be a later announcement. No one tell anyone. I could be making it up. Unfortunately, we've got a half hour until the I think what we're gonna do here is I think we watch a game at this point. I think we watch a game. I am Boopskid. One game is I'm a one and done type of YouTuber at the moment. We've got let's watch this one. Did I see the clip you sent? No. Should I have? I mean, sometimes you put things in the chat and I go, Tundra failed to load. Keto versus... Oh, that's right. No, I was going to cast that one off stream for YouTube's tomorrow. That one's the type of game that I want to put on YouTube, not cast on Twitch stream for you guys. It's for the more important people, the more, how we say, upper society. I'm going to get some water in me, and I'm going to find a game. Does this thing work still? Oh, bye-bye. I'll be right back. Look, of all of the ideas you've ever had, this one, I think you can firmly put in the bin to never do again. Do I do the accent when no one's around? Which accent? What are you talking about? The farm spawn anaconda? Genius. What am I doing? What's my brain doing? Where are we gonna watch a game? I don't know what game we're gonna watch. Ah, there we go. We'll watch a Husk Sorpe and a I need him to say his I need to have his name said recorded, and I need to listen to it like 15 times. Can you eat opponents' farms? Yes, Eric. Didn't you watch I put the cast up. B did that. He ate the farm. He ate the Shenong farm. I already gave away B's big Huitzilopochtli strategy. He's going to make bunny rabbits and fuck you up. Did you watch my game just then? I need the great Eric BR's approval that I can still play this game, and I'm half decent sometimes. 50% of the time I'm decent. The other 50% not really. B is always spamming a random myth unit. Look, at some point you just got to accept that it's not a random myth unit. It's a very well thought through strategy that is just good, and that you should also do said strategies. That's what I reckon. Like, B wasn't the first one to just spam random myth units. Do you want to know who the first player to just spam random myth units are? And you're going to say, no, it wasn't. You're going to say it wasn't him. But I'm going to tell you, the first person, he was way ahead of the curve. Do you know who it was, Eric? The first person to randomly spam myth units. Who was it? Come on. I know you can say it. Don't feel bad. You weren't there, so you don't know. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I wasn't smart enough. Yeah, it was Mister. There you go. Jay Slusher got it. First person to understand the power of myth unit and why you should build them pretty much every single game was, and to this day is probably, the Mister. There you go. Orc also did it. He actually knew as well. Orc was actually one of the first ones to do it as well. I remember him doing it against me in particular. Of course, given the insane RTS skills that I had, of course I would never have lost to him, right? Anyways, no. When are we talking about here? 2024. In the secret scrims of pre-release. I remember every other day there was someone coming up saying, "This unit's busted," and it was just because Mister built it. It was a good time. Who do I think is going to win Athens right now? I think the safe money is, even though I think the Mister is not going to be able to get the practice in. I think he's in a completely different space in his life. I think the safe money is still the Mister. But if there's someone who can take the Mister's crown, I think of course, Rappel has done it once, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it again. I think that's like you you made the king bleed, and now he's never gonna let his guard down again, type deal. So I think that's gone. But I think there's Kavoth. Definitely has a shot. If Kavoth can get into Mister's head and play his game. And if there was another player in the top 8, if the top 16 who can qualify outside of the top 3, Magic might go into the time chamber. I don't think he's been into his hyperbolic time chamber just yet, but he might go into there and come out with some very, very strong Age of Mythology. He might be the guy, but then again, he might qualify and then not train anymore. Tunison, Mosca. Can Mosca do it? Tunison losing in 7 to Kavoth makes me feel like he's got more than just training he needs to do to ascend to the level that can beat the Mister. That's like a finals level ascension. Getting to the point where you can have the killer instinct in the finals is tough. That's tough. Only some people have that, you know, like Michael Jordan, you know? So Mosca hasn't won yet. He's the... Did he come the second? No. Has he come second yet? Has Mosca come... Has Mosca made it to a finals yet? Can Recon beat Mister? I think that because Recon is a practice partner with Mister, I don't... One of Recon's best strengths is his strategy. That is one of his best strengths. And considering he does those strategies versus the Mister, it's very, very tough for him to use his best strength versus the Mister. That's why he normally loses those games versus... Like, he's gotten 4-3 versus the Mister before, where I think he did win some games where he pulled out some different strats that Mister wasn't really ready for. Mister can always experiment with toys. Well, I mean, you kind of have to, right? Like, you know that if you play the way you normally play, that Mister's probably going to beat you, is what's in Recon's head. Because that's what happens in their practice. And I know that because they tell me that. So Recon goes, I've got to hide something from the Mister. Something I've never shown him, but I've shown someone else. And hopefully Mister can't figure it out and counter it. B is a player who has leveled up inside of Age of Empires recently. And that might translate to him leveling up from Age of Mythology as well. If he can qualify and he wants to try and win the thing, he might be able to do so. He definitely has the RTS skill to beat anyone, I think, at this point. Grass, unfortunately, he's never done better than 4th. So, I don't know if it's just like... Grass just can't... Grass is like... I think Grass's God Pool is just a little small. Grass needs to play more gods. And just accept that he has to play the DLC gods. I don't know if he's done that yet or not. He might have. But Norse is good now for Grass, so he's definitely got a good chance, so to speak. I think the best, I think the most interesting thing is who's going to get through these playoffs? Who's going to get the ticket to Athens? More so than who's going to win Athens. Who are the 5 people? This first one, I think, has to be Recon. Recon's got the first seed. That means he's got the easiest route to the finals. With Magic getting knocked out in the round of 16, This means Magic doesn't have the opportunity to take Recon out. So Recon has to beat Garneth. Not going to be easy. Garneth is a wild card. Then he has to play... where is it? Where's my thing? Then he has to play Matador or B. Those are both difficult matchups in their own way. But I think Recon has Matador's number. And I think B might not have the experience just yet to take out Recon. And then if he gets through those two, then he has to either take out Grass, Hell's Ravage, or Eisomarto. And I think Recon can beat Grass. I think Recon can beat Eisomarto. And I think Recon can beat Hell's Ravage. So... yeah. This is a wild one. If, for whatever reason, Recon loses to Matador or B in the round of 8, then Grass has a real shot at getting to the finals this time round. On the bottom side of the bracket, he has to get through like a Mosca, Mini Yeti or Eric, Zucolo, Tunison, Ulysses, Soup or Matrius. Very, very tough. What do I think my biggest strengths are as a player? That I don't play the meta. Whatever the meta is, I don't play that. This means I play something that people aren't used to playing against. While also playing solid fundamentals and with really good micro. Micro has always been my strength. Like 50 tequila archers, yeah, that's right. Doesn't work sometimes. Sometimes my craziness doesn't work, but you gotta try it out. But I also have the potential to play the meta. If I want to, I'll play the meta and I'll do it better than you. You make me upset enough, I'll play the meta. Whatever the meta is, you make me upset enough, I'll play it. I'll fuck you up. Alternatively, I think actually me at my best is when someone else tells me what to do. If someone else tells me what to do and it's actually a good strat, I'll probably do pretty well. As long as I don't have to choose the strat, then we're good to go. Wait, just hating my strategies doesn't want to give me credit? What strategy have you come up with that is any good? Come on, Jung. Like, mostly people at like the 1600 to 1800 range do come up with all the best strategies. Mostly at the like 2K plus level, those guys aren't coming up with good strategies. They're just trying to perfect the good strategies. There's a couple of like meta setters like the Mr., like Kavoth, but most people aren't coming up with stuff at the 2K level. And Jungoth did say it earlier, but Jungoth, we already told him, and he's been told twice now. He needs to stop being ridiculous. Soup, famously big brain. Yeah, Soup's another meta setter. But people don't copy Soup strats for some reason. That's the thing that's weird. Soup comes up with some really, really good stuff, but he very rarely gets copied. And I think that's to the detriment of everyone else, which is like obviously he's like Soup's really good, so it is what it is. Ford Temple Ares, but then I heard Mini Yeti did it first. Didn't I do the Ford Temple first? Wasn't that me? Are you just stealing my strats and just going a different minor god? Is that what happened? I did Ford Temple Minotaur, I did Ford Temple Centaur, I did Ford Temple Valkyrie. This is literally my strat. Why are you stealing my strats, Jungoth? Give me my credit. And when Soup is in his element, like, he can beat anyone, in my opinion. Like, I've seen him play games, and I'm like, dude, this isn't Soup. Soup is playing like a madman. He's so good. I played him in a game of I was playing Demeter, and I think he was playing either Loki or Thor or Freyr. He had flaming weapons, I think. No, maybe he was playing Odin or Loki. Odin or Loki, because I think he went Njord. Anyways, I was like, dude, I am just getting outplayed in this game. Like, and I'm like, it's not even strategically getting outplayed. I'm just getting outplayed. There wasn't anything about strategy. It was just, he's just everywhere and just playing insanely well. If you can lock into doing that consistently every single game, I think for sure he's a top 4 player. I mean, he's been a top 1 player before, so he obviously can do it. Yeah, some people need, maybe Soup just needs to figure out exactly what his weakness is. He probably already knows it, but also how to cover that weakness by maybe just saying, well, I'm just gonna, I know this is more optimal, but I'm gonna do something slightly less optimal so that I don't have this weakness anymore. Asil, what's happening? I think, yeah, I mean, if there's someone who's gonna win Athens, the safe money is Mister. But I don't think it's going to be easy for him. I think it's just going to be the hardest tournament he's ever been a part of mythology. Man, the Soupster, dangerous, danger. Everyone bans Soups. Tezcat Lopoka. Holy moly, that's dangerous right there. One thing we have to factor into the Athens event is jet lag. You mean jet lag for me, right? I'm going to go from nocturnal to like normal person. I think the other players are simply much better than the Mister. Than when the Mister was dominating early. He learned the game so fast and outran everyone initially. I agree that the gap has closed, but I still think there's a gap. I still think there's a gap. I honestly think it would be in... I honestly think it would be in Mister's best interest to just practice against Recon. As well. You think there is a gap? Mister has been out. Yeah, look. One thing that I've learned about this game is that if you get your level to here. Actually, I'm going to get out MS Paint. I'm going to do it in MS Paint because I love MS Paint. I'll show you what happens. All right. This here is your line from, like, this is your levels, right? So if I go, where's my pen? This here are levels. Let's call this one here 1200. This one here 1400. This one here 1600. This one here 1800. This one here 2K. This one here is top 10. And this one here is GOAT. Okay. Once you get to a level, so say I get to here, and then I stop playing. What happens is I will stop and my level will go my level will go down to here. And then I'll start again. And then it'll take a little bit of time. I guess this here is just time increments, right? So we come here and then we stay at 1200 at this moment. We took our break and we're going to stay, we're going to drop back along this graph to like here, right? That would be me at a break. I'm down to about 1,000. Then I start back up again. And the improvement actually goes like this. So you don't slow down on your improvement. You catch back up quickly. And that's going to happen every single level that you get to. If you stop and you come back, you play it again, you'll drop, you'll come back quickly. And it takes about a month of an hour to 2 hours a day of playing, in my experience, from when I took my break, to get back to your level. If you play 8 hours a day, it takes a week to get back to your level. That's the crazy part. So if Mr. He's the GOAT, right? He's GOAT level. And it took him till how much time to get to the GOAT level, right? Him dropping might bring him back to this level. Top 10. Over here. Top 10. But in a week, he will be back to the GOAT status. If that makes sense. Oh, my face is in the way. Oh well. That's my theory. Based on my own experience and also the experience of watching everyone else come back and play the game. So for example, Magyar, he came back after a very long break and he was not the GOAT anymore, but he dropped down to top 10 status, basically. Maybe top 10, maybe top 20. After not playing the game a lick for 10 years. After about a week, he was beating everyone. Well, kind of beating everyone. He was taking games off everyone. Give him a month and he's probably back, and he didn't have a month, he had like a week. If you give him a month and he's probably back to beating everyone consistently. If Magyar came back now, in which Dodd team would you put him? I don't know. That's a silly question. He wouldn't join Dodd. All right. What's YouTube chat saying? Mike Sully. I can cope with 40 to 50 vil eco, but any more vils, I can't manage them. That's fair enough. Yeah, playing RTS games is really hard. Playing RTS games is really hard. That is true. The miss! The miss! What's happening, man? You heard me talking about how good you are. I love that. That's embarrassing. Okay, I got a video to watch for you guys.
Okay, hello. I'm gonna do this video in one take because that's how easy the build orders are. This is basically all the ASTIC builds that you need. This is a TLDR if you want to screenshot this. There are basically 4 builds. Let's just get right into it. I'm gonna leave the best build for last, which is the one I want to mainly focus on. And let's just get the easy ones out of the way. This is number 4, the Kido build, which you do with the Wits. It is similar to what you might do with Norse. you basically get the heroes out as fast as possible.
We got about 3 minutes till
to
this thing
get
starts, so
relics.
I can't watch this.
But this
Can
is
I put
not
it
as
on?
good as Norse. So let's get into the game. You basically just put all your villagers on gold right away, and then you hurt. I can try to make it faster here. Boom. Okay. So basically what the build is the moment you get 2,900, or maybe just 20 extra gold over that, so you can afford the priest. That's what you want to do. You build a temple ASAP. Let me speed this up a little bit. 2,900, maybe 20 more, I think, or 30 more. Doesn't really matter. I'll just build this and shift 2 of them to food.
Are the priests only... Oh, you get
And
the
just
gold
this way
back.
a little
Oh, I see. That's smart.
You just get this guy out. And you'll have to put villagers on stragglers here, of course.
I like
So
that.
once you advance,
That's
you'll be able
really
to forward
smart.
the
I
pool
didn't...
You get
I
this out,
wouldn't
you
think
build the
about
mechanics,
that.
you
That's
advance
too
like
much
something
brain
below
power
4
for me.
minutes, and that's pretty much it. Now the reason this is not that great in my opinion is, unlike Norse, you don't get the passive favor generation, and this is kind of a blind build. You have to commit.
Don't
to
show
right away.
it.
Maybe
Sorry,
there
I'm
are not
showing
really
it.
that great
Get
relics
wrecked,
on the
Eric.
map. And the worst part of all is once you advance, you don't really have any Calpulli additions, so the economy is terrible. This used to be very good when Kido was first doing it, because you can just skip all the Calpulli and go for the second TC right away, and that worked only because Aztec aggression with the Blood Pact used to be very, very strong, which can buy you enough time to get your second TC. But nowadays, which is the philosophy of this entire video, is basically Aztec aggression is now kind of dead. That's why you need to adapt for more economical builds. So that's the key to build, basically.
I mean, this is sort of what we knew would happen. I don't think it's necessarily dead. I think you have to threaten stuff, right? Like you have to, if you don't threaten the Blood Pact hero on a second town center, for example, as Huitzilopochtli, then I feel like you're just missing out on value. So you should have basically 2 of these guys ready to stop their second town center, or at least force them to have to make units before they make the town. Anyways.
Put some on wood here, stragglers, advance, put the wood on the Calpulli, and whatever. Not a big deal. I don't recommend this build, so let's just skip it. Now the second super
I guess
easy
this
build
doesn't
to do
recommend the
is
build.
Quits build. Quits only has 1 build, which is good for everything. If you do anything other than this build, I don't know what to tell you. You've probably been watching too much Rappel videos or games in which you need to stop it immediately. Let's pick Quits. Quits got cheaper Calpullis. Let's go. 3 on wood, 1 on food. So fucking...
Everybody say I love you, Rappel.
Come on.
Everybody say I love you, Rappel.
Queue them to wood. Build Calpulli here, Calpulli here. Never lure the hunt to your TC. Let's get the wood here. Let's queue this one here. We're getting the wood right now. That's it. That's the easy setup here. And once I get the wood in a second, I'll be able to afford this. Now I'm getting it. And I believe it is 5 on food, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, it is.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna skip this.
You get
I don't
the
have
gold,
enough
you queue this
time.
upgrade right here.
So he just gets all the Calpulli things, and then
This should be about right.
he advances, right? Like
Oops.
he doesn't pull any villages off any
Build the temple
temple.
with, let me slow this down. Now that you
Building
can afford it,
temple
build
with 3 villages
yours
is
less
obviously
than
not
7
ideal,
seconds,
but
which means I can advance
whatever.
about no build. I mean, every single game you have 3 Calpulli additions, your economy is crazy, and your advance time is also kind of fast. So you get all the benefits. You can have enough
It's really nice.
warrior priests to defend, you'll have enough units to do whatever you want, you will be able to secure this. This guy
I would argue it might even be better to go 1 villager later, because it doesn't matter the faster you advance when you go this with this guy. But that's a really
should be
competitive
priority in
time.
Tournaments. It doesn't really have many downsides, if any. That's the Quits build.
Because you can just build
There's also no.
like going 1 more villager, you can just build the heroes out, and by the time you hit the classical age, your opponent hits the classical age, you're gonna be having all
For
this
Kiska
stuff.
and Wits, you can achieve this as well, but it's gonna take a late advance time to do so. This has been pretty much done exclusively by Matador for a long time. We sent before starting, like I said, super economy, but you will be advancing late and it will be harder for you to secure a second hunt. So let's do it right here. Boom.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Oh, wait,
I don't like
you only
going.
hurt 1 animal. That's all you need.
I don't
You
like
need to hurt
going
others. We're getting the wood.
for
The reason you hurt 1 animal is just to avoid idle time from building the food Calpulli here.
Can't you just idle into the? I guess he just does it, but can't you just idle into the? Or
Be right here on the starting animal. Then I'll start moving out with Calpulli here. Let me just speed this up a little.
Okay. I don't like this build already. This build is not for
I
me.
don't remember with which
This is not. There's not enough options unless you just know that it's never good to go
I already have the food
for
advance.
alternate options, and
Do
you're
whatever
always
you
going to do
want.
the same sort
You'll
of.
see 441 for
strat.
Calpulli additions.
these sort
Even
of
making
builds.
a Calpulli on the food. It is kind of bad if you look at it mathematically, but it is not really. It is so inefficient.
Wait, what did you say?
TC and save 75 wood and also the 150 wood from the Calpulli addition. Now, this food Calpulli, you might think intuitively this is the most important Calpulli, as food is the most important resource at the start, but it is not really. It is so inefficient because this Calpulli right here is going to last you 10 minutes. You're not going to need to build another gold Calpulli. This Calpulli right here is also probably going to last you 10 minutes because you're not really going to change your wood spot. In terms of priority, if you only have to pick 1, you should go for the gold Calpulli. Wood is the second priority. In the food, the Calpulli should be your last priority. Now, This, of course, will give you another 450 gold extra or something in your base. Now, so this brings me to my build, which is the best of both worlds.
Yeah, this like super eco max. I don't like it.
Hannah Montana said it's for Iska and Wits, in which you only get the gold in the wood pulleys, and you skip the food one, and you hurt instead. This will give you a very competitive advance time similar to Quits.
That's
and this will also help you secure the second hunt. And Quits, I hate this map. But anyways, you send 3 villagers to wood, and the 4th villager goes on a regular 3.
Skipping the food one. That's
it's not really
sacrilege.
Here, while we herd, boom. This is gonna be a difficult herd right here, because the boys are so far away. This is unfortunate, I would say.
I'm just gonna skip through this just to see what happens.
7 is usually the magic number. On
5 on food, 3 on wood, 2 on gold.
Advance. With Egyptian, it's
That's it, and he gets both the cow pulleys, everyone else on food, I guess, and then
I will add a third to gold. We're gonna build
oh, you put a third on gold?
I'll do the 8th on food right here, just to, I don't need it. When the villager pops out.
That's too complicated for me. I need it to be simpler. Insane. And then because you've got I wonder if this is if you are going to go town center with this ever, which you probably shouldn't, but I wonder if it's faster doing this than it is to not do this. No idea. Very interesting. We have to jump over to the other thing. Thoughts are, where was my build? Where's my 15 pop build? You didn't show it off. I'm so upset. You have 30 minutes to spare, cast. Well, we're about to start. Let's jump into the Gameathlon qualifier. Yay. Hello there. Okay. So, today, we're about to jump into our Tunison versus Ulysses shenanigans. I believe their draft is done. They haven't already started, have they? They didn't tell me. They have literally already started. Okay, well, there's that. Okay, no worries. I'm going to take my time then. They didn't tell me. No worries. Let's jump over to the draft and we'll talk about it. And we're going to jump into the game in literally 1 minute here. So don't you guys go nowhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is your Gameathlon Athens, Road to Athens, I should say. Playoff number 1. We've got Tunison. We've got Ulysses here. Woo. We've got a draft and a half at the moment. We're going to be moving into our first map, which is going to be the map, Giza. And it looks like we're going to have ourselves a Huitzilopochtli versus Odin matchup to start off the shenanigans here. So this is going to be a really, really fun one. I'll talk about the draft after this game. Let's jump into game number 1. Tunison versus Ulysses on the map Giza. Huitzilopochtli and Odin. All right, off to the races we go. Tunison in the left-hand corner, playing as Huitzilopochtli. And in the right-hand corner, we've got Ulysses playing as Odin. The map is Giza, and this is the Road to Athens playoff number 1. Round of 16, Tunison and Ulysses. We've already had 1 game thus far, and it was fireworks. Game number 2 here, Ulysses, he is a monster of a player. This guy has won S-tier tournaments in the past in Legacy. He is a contender whenever he plays, whenever he's on his game. This guy can take out anyone. He is not a player to underestimate. However, if there's a player who's probably played against Ulysses quite a lot, they live in a similar time zone. Oftentimes, you living in a similar time zone does end up with you meeting each other on the ladder a little bit. Tunison is one of those players. So Tunison's going to have a lot of knowledge about what Ulysses is going to be up to here. Now, we are seeing... Are we going to see the build? I just looked up a build order guide from Pegasus Rush, and you can check it out if you want. But he told me in that guide that it was better to not get the livestock pen. But I think here that Tunison didn't herd his animals, so he's going to have to get all 3 livestock pens. So he's eco-maxing here versus... Oh, no, he's not. He's going for the craft workshop, so he's not eco-maxing. I'm a bit confused, but it's fine. So, oh, these guys' names are on the wrong spot. My bad. I'll fix that up. So... here we go. Let's see how this is all going to go. And on the other side here, Ulysses with the Odin, he's already found himself 13 goats. Looks like the goat numbers, however, are even better for Tunison. 15 goats to 13. It's a big amount of herdables. So very, very equal, very, very close, and all the other good stuff that comes from that. As we're also seeing Ulysses doing a little sneakiness here, able to skip the ox cart for just a little bit. Sharing that around lets him get up his tempo a little bit quicker. You can go for an early Herser and start looking for some relics if you like. So if we take a quick look at what the relics are on the map, up onto this top side, we have the Dragon Palace Crystal for hit points plus 10% on your walls. Or on this side, there is the Scales of Catoplopas, which is damage vulnerability to pierce, minus 15% for your myth units. On the bottom side here, we have Maya Huel's Magay. This is a big relic. This is a really, really good relic for the longer games. Like, if you have a lot of fights, a lot of dead units, it's going to pay off and help in a big way. And there's Fenris of Fenrir at the bottom, which is another really nice relic to just have for a bunch of random benefits and just being able to fight back and all of the other good stuff there. Nonetheless, we will be seeing Tunison picking what I would consider to be the correct minor god choice if you have access to it versus Norse, which is going to be Malonal Jorchitl. The reason for this is those early scorpions are so valuable to your ability to play a classical age fight versus Norse. Yes, they've got the Herser, which can take them out, but you've also got Warrior Priest to match up versus the Herser, and with those large scorpions, they're going to be your front line against cavalry, so you can go straight into archers if you want. And I could be wrong, but it kind of looks like that's going to be the plan here for Tunison. In the main base for Ulysses, he is going to be dropping his Great Hall straight away, and we'll see where he's going to go where that's concerned, as the war huts get dropped down from Tunison, and no immediate infested lair. There it is. Nest, excuse me, not lair. Infested nest. The reason you want to drop this immediately is because it's just a timer. Like, it's sitting on a timer. It lasts for how many seconds? It lasts for 240 seconds, and you get one large scorpion every 30 seconds. So you want to put it down as fast as you possibly can, and then you're going to enjoy that. Warrior Priest taking out that Valkyrie is an insane find and kill from Tunison. Losing a Valkyrie that early, that's oof. Because that unit can get in, get out, and just be a threat. It doesn't have to even kill anything. Just the fact that it's existing forces Tunison to leave Warrior Priests at home. Leave Warrior Priests here. Leave Warrior Priests. So if you don't, then Valkyrie will run in, Valkyrie will kill villagers, and you'll be really, really sad. But now, well, a little bit of tournament jitters from Ulysses, and he has lost that threat, at least until he gets the favor to build another one. He's going to be dropping walls to start this all off, making sure that everything is nice and safe. He is moving over here onto these chicken at the moment, and I hope he has plans to move onto the zebra, because here's the thing. Early game, yes, you lost a Valkyrie, it's not good, but early game Norse should have the advantage versus the Huitzilopochtli. Very early game. I'm talking like 7 minutes, 8 minutes. And then it might flip a little bit later. I don't really know. You should be able to be on your hunt right now if you're Odin. And the fact that Ulysses isn't is a little bit dangerous. Well, not dangerous, just not taking full advantage of his advantages. And Tunison here is waiting, watching. And once the villagers move over here, he's going to be able to actually start thinking about attacking. On top of this, I'd love to see some of these units getting mixed in for Tunison. It's a bit of an underrated unit. 350 HP, 45% hack armor, and a decent amount of damage with some really strong special attacks. Well worth mixing in versus Norse. Nonetheless, Ulysses still playing a very, very safe early game here. He's dropping walls up the top. And we'll be seeing the raiding cavalry roaming into the center of the map. They do spot the spearmen. It's hard to do that. Ulysses is very much on his game here. It's hard to see those spearmen. He had his raven there to help out. But the raiding cavalry line of sight is very, very, very small. And the fact that he reacted that quickly that bodes well for Ulysses. That means he's locked in. That means he's ready to play against these spearmen of Tunison. He's going to try and get away from them for the time being, but it is a little bit risky to be running these ones across the map with your opponent seeing that. And we'll see one large scorpion get in, and you can see damage will come through. As this raiding cavalry will get stung with the poison just a little bit. And we'll see what Ulysses is after here. But Tunison, for the moment, he's going to be moving across the map, searching for his own attack up here. Big problem for Ulysses right now is his macro has gone out the window. He's overcooked it on dwarves, and now he's just got a ton of gold that he needs to be looking to spend. Raiding cavalry into the main base here. We'll be able to pick off a villager. This is exactly what Ulysses is going to need. He gets one vill pick. He will pull back, but the main problem for Ulysses is, yes, his gold is about to expire, and he's overgathered it, which effectively means he's overbuilt dwarves, which means he doesn't actually have as much gold as he actually thinks. It's like 3,000 gold here, right? Wrong. You built 9 dwarves, 10 dwarves. That's 600 gold gone. Tunison going to keep on looking for pot shots. This is where things get difficult for the Norse versus the Aztecs. And watchtowers is a great grab for Ulysses. Just give himself a little bit of time. Raiding cavalry just chilling over here, going to be getting a little bit of HP back. Now, Ulysses as well, while this is all going on, has been happily able to eat his zebra at the top. He should be thinking Valkyries now. Of course, there's the warrior priest. Those are scary. Raiding cavalry moving out. They do get spotted by the spearmen. He spotted it, pulled back, but then unfortunately went straight into them. That being said, there are going to be some thrown axemen to come through. They do damage. Is there enough here to actually kill something? I'm not sure. One raiding cavalry ending up dying from the poison there as well. Over onto this side. Dwarves getting pushed off as Tunison seems to be very, very aware there's going to be some pain here. Forest fire gets dropped down. Huge damage onto all those units. And there's no way for Tunison to heal those up. That there was a great forest fire in a great situation. I don't think he killed anything, but the fact that everything is like half HP now should bode well for Ulysses to take a good fight on this gold mine. He just needs to spend his resources. Of course, the same is true now for Tunison. Tunison and Ulysses, similar positions in terms of resources in the bank. Upgrades though from Ulysses is a little bit wild as his dwarves do get spotted again. And losing throwing axemen is not going to help out. The military differential is just gone into a incredibly difficult position. Raiding cavalry into the middle here, looking after the Tequila archers. One Tlaumani spearman in, 2 Tlaumani spearmen in, but he manages to trade 1 for 1 there. That is perfectly fine. And now the gold villagers, they've got to pull back into the main base. He could come up to the top gold mine here, but there is a smoke trap from Tunison. And this is a way to get full line of sight on these maps. Smoke traps everywhere. gives you the line of sight. You can go over and clean those up if you are aware that this is something that can happen. You just run your units over there, clean the smoke trap, clean the other smoke trap, and you're at least giving yourself chances. As the smoke trap here does get alerted by the Raven, but onto this side, a little bit of fight still going on. There's still some gold in the bank here and some trading going on from Ulysses to try and get out of this problem that he's managed to create for himself. It's the raiding cavalry diving in here. But he is out of there for the time being. He's got to be so careful with these raiding cavalry versus the spearmen. They will die very, very quickly. That's part of what this unit is. Huge amounts of bonus damage, 6.6 hack damage per second at the moment, times 3. It's quite a lot, as Ulysses does manage to pick off 1 scorpion. That's good. That's a good win there for him. The problem for Ulysses is he just doesn't have any gold income. Valkyries coming through. I'd love to see the Valkyries going for raids, because that is a different situation to deal with for Tunison than raiding cavalry. Raiding cavalry, you can just use reinforcements to actually deal with the raiding cavalry inside of the Slalomani Spearmen. But Valkyrie, these things will pull the warrior priest away, and he's going to be able to get that damage done. We see those 6 Slalomani Spearmen over here. If you imagine that those 3 Valkyries go off and raid, 4 Valkyries go off and raid, it could be a completely different situation. It's now the army coming in onto this position. We do have the throw and axemen a little bit out of position, but they are going to be getting some good damage done. Raiding cavalry coming in onto the backsides. The Shipla does get converted here. Can Ulysses control this and find himself an edge in this fight as the Tajipla comes through onto this position? Smoke trap is in as well. Villagers need to get brought in to actually take the fight. The Tajipla does get surrounded. Raiding cavalry going after the back of those Tequila archers there, as Ulysses' control here. He's trying to manage it. Throw an axeman, trying to get out on this side as the Slalomani spearmen are able to keep him from getting onto that position there. Big damage onto the villagers as the raiding cavalry over here will pick off the small amounts of Slalomani spearmen there. We do have another Tajipla, does get converted in. Is there enough stuff here for Ulysses is the big question. Throw an axeman up to the top. Do manage to get through that, but the spearmen taking out those raiding cavalry at the end of this fight. The Kiwa archers here, however, now need to deal with the Valkyrie here. He does have a nice answer because of that upgrade that he's got. Sniping 1, trying to pull back for the time being. Little bits of micro here from Ulysses would go a very long way. He's got to take out the spearmen. He's got to get himself out some more units, but it's looking like Tunison's military advantage is still in advantage, and Tunison hits the heroic age behind all of this as Ulysses throw an axeman versus archer is not what he wants, but the Valkyrie will be enough for the time being as Tunison needs to get some warrior priests together. He's got to run. He's got to recoup and see what to do next. He can heal. Oh, he lost that Valkyrie, unfortunately, but now we see Tajipla coming in, and the attack is not over. Tunison sees blood. And there goes the monster. The earth-eating monster, as the rest of the units are going to get picked off. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, I could be wrong. Ulysses is going to the top of the map here, but it is going to be game number 1 going to Tunison. I mean, I think this game, unfortunately, for Ulysses, he lost a lot of his advantage because of that miss macro in the early stages of the game. If you take a quick look at it, and you see the all resources situation, you can see in this early stage, Ulysses was upwards of 1,400 resources. Let's just call it, at the 8-minute mark, he was 1,300 resources in excess that he wasn't spending. If you go over to the all resources, sorry, not the all resources, if you go over to the military tab at 8 minutes, and you add in 1,400 resources, guess who's in front on the military here? And that there would have been the time to look for a fight. That there would have been the time to look for a fight, find himself somewhat of an advantage, and try and take the win that way. But unfortunately, Ulysses' macro I think he just went on autopilot with the dwarves. You really only want about 5 dwarves in the classical age, is my feeling on it. Maybe 6, and you just go into gatherers after that, and you're good to make yourself raiding cavalry, throw an axeman, and Herser, and then you can pull the gatherers off of gold later and throw them onto a hunt to make yourself all the Valkyrie as well. It works really nicely, but nonetheless, well played there from Tunison for game number 1, as he gets the first dub here. We'll jump into the draft and see what these guys are going to play for game number 2. All right, our next game is going to be on Midgard, and it is going to be a Hades versus Zeus. So we are coming back to our Hades versus Zeus meta from all the way back at the start of Age Mythology Retold. Love to see it. All right. All right. So we've got Midgard, save. All right. We are going to be jumping into game number 2 here on the map Midgard. Let's jump into it and see what these guys are going to come up with. Into game number 2 here in the left side of the map. Tunison playing as Hades, dropping himself his docks. We're on the map Midgard. Right side of the map, down 0-1 right now, as Tunison did win that first one with some nice Huitzilopochtli play. Ulysses taking his pride and joy in Zeus. This was one of his best gods back in the day. Now, I want to throw something out there that I'm not sure is a great idea, but maybe it's genius. Every single time we see Athena on this map from Zeus, and we probably see Athena on this map from Zeus because it's really, really strong. But recently, a lot of changes did get hit for Greeks. And one change was that the centaur became a little bit stronger on the HP realm. And one god that struggles to deal with this centaur is definitely Hades. I kind of want to see a Hermes here into centaur, but not centaur for raiding necessarily. Of course you can raid with them, but a centaur for death balling. The more centaur you build, the better. How would Hades deal with that? Of course, you got a quick heroic, you can go into the Chiron, but then you're dealing with Hermes, Dionysus, Thracian Horse, Hippias. So you've got the Chiron to deal with the centaur, right? You say, and yeah, you do. But guess what? The Chiron's not going to be able to kill off the centaur that easily because I've got all these Hippias to take them out. Anybody who knows, knows. Anybody who knows, knows. I also want to give a shout out to Shmutzig. For becoming a member on the YouTube. If you guys want to support the channel at any point, you can subscribe. You can become a member on YouTube. Or you can just hit a thumbs up, leave a comment, and I'll love you the same. Shmutzig. That's hard to say, I don't know. Anyways, we'll see how this is all going to go. We'll see what Ulysses' game plan is going to be. I have to imagine he's going to go Athena. Athena has just been stock standard for so long, even though I do think that there's something there in the Hermes. Whether you go into Centaur right away or later is irrelevant. Starting with potentially Spirited Charge Hippias to look for some early game raids, force the Zeus player, the Hades player to sit in their base, play defense, then go into the Centaur is another option as well. And then of course you got the Hydra for the heroic age too, which can chew up the rest of that food in your bank. Anyways, both players getting a fairly large boom off. We see 4 docks actually before a temple from Tunison. That is unheard of. What did Ulysses do? He's got 3 and he's building. Ulysses got 3 docks and building his temple. So a little bit less on the dock greed, a little bit less on the dock on the food boom, but Tunison, he's going to be getting a lot of this fish, but there's only a handful of spots left down the bottom to even claim. If we have a quick look at the fish differential, it's 12 to 12. So there's no advantage at the moment from Tunison, even though he's gone for the bigger boom. But nonetheless, Athena for Ulysses. And, well, we'll see how that's going to go for him. But I honestly don't think there's like a gigantic advantage inside of Athena here in this matchup. I've seen it time and time again. There's a little bit of a push and pull in the heroic age, which if you don't end up winning right in that moment as Zeus, it can be a very, very, very tough game for you to win. The advantage is like Athena is with bronze, right? Not with the restoration. That being said, there could be a world tier where a whole bunch of Minotaur could be a nice way to play here for Zeus. We'll have to wait and see what Ulysses' plan is going to be. Meanwhile, relics are starting to get grabbed. Ulysses picks up 2 relics, or 1 relic. Eye of Horus for the moment. And we are going to be seeing up onto this side. Tunison grabbing a really important relic. This is infantry movement speed, plus 5% of base there. Grass-cutting sword. Hades' weakness in this matchup is to the speed of the hoplite. Guess what? Not only are his hoplites going to be much faster, not quite 4.9 speed, but they're going to be much faster, but also the Haspis, which are going to be a very key unit for him, are also going to be faster than Ulysses's, than the Zeus's Hippaspist in this game. Other relics on the map, down the bottom, there is the Pelt of Argus. Not super important, but picking it up and putting it in the temple is always going to be nice. And we also see the Kui drum here, making the heroes for Ulysses a little bit stronger. Over onto this side, Ulysses just dropping his market, doing all this good stuff. And we will see Ulysses now wandering forward with his little bit of units, but the Achilles and the Ajax are in, and Ulysses says, nope, don't want to deal with that. Let me run away. Achilles is going to be after that one. It might be worth bolting, but you also just want to save bolt for the Minotaur. This is always going to be an option for both Hades and Zeus to effectively just sneak a Minotaur into the corner of the map, and then whenever you spot the heroes out of position, you say, all right, into the main base we go. I almost guarantee you this one here is going to get bolted, but I don't think it's the bolt that you really want to use as Greek, as Zeus. You want to drop the... Ooh, there goes the Minotaur damage. Surely that's a bolt there. There it goes. The bolt you want to drop isn't on the Minotaur. It's on a Skylar, or it's on an Nemean Lion, or it's on an Achilles, where you get your own value with your own Minotaur. At the moment, double military academy from Tunison. Both players going to the heroic age. Dionysus, Aphrodite. I'm not surprised to see this at the moment. This is both players playing what has been the meta for a very, very, very long time. And this is why I was suggesting to play something different. Because the meta, these guys know, like Tunison knows how to play this. He's played this 100 times. Low HP villagers getting targeted down. Does pick 1 there as the villagers are going to get a little bit of return fire off. He gets out of there, no problems. But like Tunison knows how to play this. Ulysses, I mean, he might know how to play this as well. But Tunison is one of the most practiced Age of Mythology players on the tournament. He plays a lot of games. Feel like you want to take him out of book if you can. Nonetheless, heroic age in, heavy infantry immediately coming through here for Ulysses as well. Tunison on the other side, Nemean Lion to come through, and the next point of contention on this matchup, it's always going to be second gold mine. Over here, something like that. things. In comes the heroes. They're going to start tonking away at the Nemean line. Big fight at the moment. As Curse is forced. I think that's exactly what Ulysses wants, though. A curse before he can drop his bronze. But while that goes on, Tunison is just saying, hello there, sailor. I am ready to put my fortress in your face. It is Fortress Gaming, featuring one Tunison, the I Like Fortress, George. I don't know. His name doesn't have anything to do with Georgian. I just thought it worked. As now, Tunison is... I mean, do you just drop bronze here? I feel like he might have to. Like, if he drops bronze to just at least win this fight, maybe, just maybe, he's good to go. But this fortress is going up. Picks off a villager. Restoration from Tunison. Now, Ulysses, I think he can run. I think he can max up an army. I think he's got bronze and restoration to make a push. And he shouldn't be scared of this fortress or the sentinels with that in hand, with that advantage in hand. Zom comes down. These villagers will need to bail. They can go over onto the other side. It's not a big deal. Ulysses just needs to get to full pop or a lot of pop. But Tunison is walked forward. He's got his fortress down and he's found himself a significant advantage in this matchup. Now, I will say, I'm going to say it again. If Ulysses went Hermes and made Hippias in this matchup, do you think there would be a fortress here right now? I think the answer would be a very, very much no. There wouldn't. In fact, Tunison will be afraid to leave his base. Very different. Anyways, over onto this side now. Ulysses is going to be grabbing himself that storehouse. We might see some... might see some Petropoli coming through momentarily. Wouldn't he just curse? No, I'm building Hippias. The Centaur are for later. You don't understand. The Centaur are for later. You don't build them straight away. They're not for raiding. They're a death ball unit. All right? You see here now, Mr. Twitch chat. You've got to think fourth dimensionally about this stuff. Apparently, I don't understand. I'll tell you, 15 Centaur are difficult to kill for a Hades player. I don't care who you are. All right. Catapult. Catapulting away. As, well, Ulysses, he's doing it correct. He's waiting. But look at the diff in military. I don't even know where that difference came from. But Tunison is up by 2k military at the moment. For no good reason. Yes, he's dropped a curse. So, I mean, that's 800 resource diff, but this is 2k. But nonetheless, that's a lot of Hypaspis, a lot of Peltast. Ulysses has got a handful of Peltast himself, but the Peltast versus Peltast duel when playing versus Hades is Hades' favorite. Hades has one extra range than Ulysses' does, like Tunison than Zeus's does. So it's just a tough way to fight. I think the only other option here for Ulysses is to go into Hydra and use bronze for the Hydra because it gives them a huge amount more pierce armor, a huge amount more hack armor. And that helps them stay alive versus the heroes, helps them tank against everything else, and allows them to push through this position. The alternate here is that he just has to say, I don't care about this position, let me go attack something else. For example, everything's in the middle, let me run around the side, hit the gold villages, or something like that. The army coming through, it will have to be a bronze and a restoration here as well, as the bronze is clicked. 150 pop versus 175 pop, but Tunison pulls back underneath this fortress. He's got one fortress, 3 sentinels on this position. And I don't think Ulysses should even be sitting here at the moment. He's got the catapult, the Petropolis. He can just do that. He's forcing the fight. There goes the restoration. But another Zom coming down. And this is just a desperation attempt from Ulysses to break out of the bind that he's fallen into versus Tunison's Hades. Well, hometown center going down as well as Tunison has set up his walls. He is in position to cause mass pain against Ulysses. And Ulysses, I don't think he can keep his town center alive. He bolts one of them. 17 HP on the other one. But I don't think that's going to matter much here. And in the end, your town center will fall. There's just too much stuff in for Tunison. And Ulysses will tap out as Tunison gets a quick 2-0 lead here with his fortress shenanigans. Well, that was a dominating display. I guess the only real option here for Zeus is to not rush the heroic age. You rush the heroic age, you get hit with a curse, you get dropped a fortress in the middle. Then again, why was the military diff so high here? The advantage that Tunison had was, I don't know, kind of insane. Was there just a whole bunch of idlevilles, civ difference? A tiny civ difference for a long time ends up multiplying on itself over and over and over again. It's that small, those small things. Like, I think maybe if there was like that sneaky Minotaur into the main base when Tunison charged him with his own heroes, Ulysses could have got some revenge fire there or something like that. But nonetheless, let's jump back over to the draft, see what they're picking for the next game. We give that win over to the Hades, and I will see what they're going to pick for game number 3 on the map, Mirage. All right, let's jump in onto Mirage. It's going to be a Kronos versus Noir matchup on Mirage. All righty. Off we go. Where's my button? Alrighty, off to the races we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, Tunison is playing as Kronos for game number 3. He's up 2-0, one more win, and he moves into the round of 8 to play on Saturday. In the left-hand corner of the map, Ulysses is going to be playing as Noir. Alrighty. Let's check out the relics, and then we'll talk about what might happen in this game. Ring of Nibelung on the left-hand corner for a little bit of gold trickle. On the right-hand corner, there's Pygmalion statue. Big relic there for Ulysses in this game, I would have to say. Blue Crystal Shard on the top here is huge for Tunison. Definitely a relic to pick up. And Tower of Cestus. Not going to be that big of a deal, but always nice to have. Ulysses in this game against the Kronos. 2 things he's got to be worried about. Number 1, Automaton. It's not as much of a deal when playing against Kronos as it is when playing against Gaia. One of the advantages that Gaia has over Kronos inside of the Automaton is Gaia Lush, Thea, and Hecate. Those 3 things Tunison doesn't have as Kronos. That being said, there is a nice boost for myth units for Kronos, which is if you lose the myth unit, you get the resources back, but you don't want to lose the Automaton, because you can rebuild them. On top of that, it's a water map to some degree. There's 9 fish here. We're playing on Mirage. There's 9 fish at the back. And Ulysses could get a really quick heroic age off, and potentially a quick mythic age off, which can shut down the automaton mass very, very quickly. So I think the more safe route on this specific map is going to be to play for Prometheus. Prometheus is really, really strong here as well. There's an interesting offbeat way to play, boom way to play to compete with the Chinese economy as the Atlanteans, which is through Prometheus. You grab yourself Heart of the Titans in the temple. You grab yourself, maybe you can get a second town center. You get yourself the Theft of Fire in the Economic Guild. And then you're just going to start heroizing Citizen. You have to scout, make sure your opponent's not doing anything crazy. And if they don't, if they're just playing a defensive boom game, you say, fantastic, let me get 20, let me get 30 hero citizens. And that ends up paying for itself quickly. That ends up keeping you on par with the new war in economy, and it allows you to basically take the game where you want it to go. That being said, there's a billion other ways to play as Kronos, but I definitely think that's one of the strong ways to go about it. Temple coming up on the back here for Ulysses to connect everything up here. It is already connected. That's one of the advantages of playing China on this map, is that you're always going to be able to connect your dock with your tower and get yourself that nice advantage. Now, Tunison here, he does have time shift as well with Kronos. The question is, against New War, is this going to do real damage? It might, but I also think that Ulysses could try for a quick heroic age to get himself out his Chi Wen. And then from that, he can also get himself out the creation for 8 villages worth of boost, which is a big boost. And he can fight back off this sort of an idea that Tunison has. Now, Tunison is moving around onto the sides. He did not time shift his temple forward. He will be sending the Prometheans forward later, though. And we'll see how things are going to go. There are already the double docks set up here for Ulysses, so if he gets deconstructed, it's not that big of a deal. Did Tunison spot this? No, he's got no idea. The other thing here that, funnily enough, that Ulysses could do is he could drop his earth wall on the water to trap this fire ship in here and kill it with the docks. You can't escape, right? It's gonna be in range. Of course, you could take out the earth wall, but still an option, as Rhea is going to be on the way as well for Tunison. And I do wonder what Ulysses is going to go for. It's second town center. The Prometheans are over here. They're going to start bashing the walls down, but the Pioneers can come over here and defend. I don't know where they're going. They are in, and those earth walls die quickly while they're building up. But there is an opening here, but this is not that important. This is right next to the town center. You can just build anything here. You can't build a wall like that, but you can sort of build the wall across like this, and then that's going to be protected. For the moment, though, now the fish has been knocked off, and Tunison with the quick Rhea, I think he's looking to just end this game right away. One Dojian coming in, scared of the ballista ship at the moment. The siege Bareem does need to get himself out some of those. I can't even remember what they're called. I can't remember what any of the Chinese ships are called. Meng Chong. Get the Meng Chong out, and maybe he can break out of this bind to get his fishing ships back to work. But he is on 2 TCs. It takes a while for this second town center to pay off. Tunison simply might just be able to walk right through Ulysses' base here with 2 free behemoths, a whole bunch of units, and a very, very scary Atlantean push. And while the Prometheans coming through, they get sent packing. And Ulysses for the moment. Now, does take his water back, but look at how much investment it is here. 3 Meng Chong, 2 Dorjian, and a Lao Chuan as well. As well, Ulysses will pull back. He doesn't get himself his Nareed in here to help out, but he will be able to take out this dock at the very least and get his fishing ships back to work. So it is an investment that's worth it, but I think that Ulysses needs to be thinking, I got to stay in the classical age. I got to spam out my Kwafu. I got to get myself out an army that's going to deal with the mass amount of Contarius that are coming across the map. That's Gear Halberdier. That's probably also going to be some really good micro needed for the Javelineers as well. Luckily, he does have the ability to drop the upgrade here for his military camp to train a little bit faster, as the Behemoth are going to be coming in. More Pioneers are on the way, as the Behemoth will pull back for the time being. The Contarius are charging in. This one Kwafu is going to be getting taken out as the Halberdier coming through, and Ulysses is just in a very, very tough spot here. He's trying to get these Halberdier out, but he's just in such a tough spot. All the walls now dropping as Ulysses trying to pump these things out. He's gotten himself his military camp attachment, but there's just so many units in here. The town center will be falling. Villages have already fallen as well, and there's no way that this has been worth it for Ulysses in this game at the moment. So Halberdier will pull back ever so slightly. Well, Halberdier starting to come through, but is it too little too late? And now there's also going to be a tech switch to some degree into Murmillo, which is going to put so much problems, make so many problems here for Ulysses. The Halberdier, at the very least, are holding for the moment. And the Behemoth over here will get taken out. It's 38 vills to 34, which is still advantage for Ulysses. The only issue is he's behind an age and a little bit of military resources. Behind an age and a little bit of military resources. Does he have a machine workshop? Answer is not just yet, which means he's going to have issues with dealing with these Murmillos. As the villagers up onto this side, they're getting hunted down. Do the reinforcements spot this? Ulysses doing the cheekiest of cheekies here. As the vills, where is he going? He wants to sneak up here, maybe. I don't know where he's going, but there's a palace on this side. Does Ulysses spot this? He doesn't reveal himself. He loses one villager. Coming back for the time being. On the front here, the Halberdiers trying to make sure they're targeting down the right unit. Dow's now starting to come through as the machine workshop is 25 seconds from completion. He's got to be building that with a more important unit. Machine workshops all coming down for the time being, but Tunison is still in full go mode as the Contarius sniping down Pioneers. Halberdiers trying to keep everyone off everything, and it's looking like Ulysses has held here for the time being. One Behemoth goes down. Fire Archers now starting to come through. There's still this last Behemoth. He is an absolute tank here. Now, of course, if you attack him from behind, he is less of a tank. But from the front, he's got that plated armor, directional plating, which makes him take half the damage that he would have actually already taken, which is that's a crazy boost. He's actually healing almost faster than the damage that he's dealing. More Dower coming out. Fire Archers in. Behemoth, 30 HP. Still alive. Still kicking another. How much damage? He's done 4,700. He's gonna get the 5,000. He gets the 5,000. The legendary Behemoth. Why is the Behemoth of healing? He has healing, I think. That's not a relic. He has healing. Yeah, he 110% has healing. And Ulysses there will tap out. And that there, unfortunately for Ulysses, his playoff 1 rodeo attempt has resulted in the utmost of devastation as Tunison shows everyone that there are levels to this game. And he is on a very, very high level at the moment. Incredible control, understanding, and just pure, this is how I win this matchup. This is how I go for it. He did his homework, I think. He got the win. Very, very well played from Tunison. I don't believe that... I think Ulysses could have played this a little better. Like, I don't think that this strat straight out beats what Ulysses did. I think Ulysses could have bailed on this position a little bit faster, hug in his main base for a little bit longer, got himself his halbs, got himself some fire archers, stayed classical. You have to stay classical age here, right? But stay classical age a little bit, hold on to everything, make sure that you've got your pioneers in to deal with all of those behemoths. I think he could have been okay here, but the fact of the matter is he's trying to continue taking these fights when there is not a single moment that he has got the military resource advantage. Maybe one moment he did, but at that stage, he'd already made it too hard for himself. Better luck next week for Ulysses. Good news to him. It's not out of the tournament. There are 4 more chances for him over the course of July. Congratulations to Tunison, who will be going on to meet... he will be going on to meet either Soup or Matrius. The winner of Soup Matrius is going to have the pleasure of having to deal with Tunison on Saturday. So congrats to him. Let's jump back over to this thing and tell you what's going to happen next. Alrighty, so day 1 for the playoff 1 is down. Our next games, let me walk you through the schedule for tomorrow. Our next games are we've got tomorrow, we've got Grass vs Hell's Ravage at 1900 GMT, which is literally now tomorrow. I'm not covering that game. I'm going to be covering Soup versus Matrius. And then 30 minutes later than that, Mosca and Sukalo are going to be starting. So Grass versus Hells, that's going to be Moose. I'm going to be covering Soup versus Matrius at 1900 GMT. And then at 1930 GMT, or whenever that starts, Mosca and Zukalo are going to play. And they're start, and that's going to be hosted on Motaba's stream. Of course, it is open streaming, but those are the 3 channels that are going to be well, the main ones, I guess. So GG. Alrighty. I think that there for me tonight is going to be it. So I want to say huge thanks to everyone for hanging out with me. Had some really fun games. Took out Kavoth in a hard fought Japanese mirror. That was fun on the should get picked more map, Mount Olympus. If you did miss that and you want to go and check it out, or you did miss the Magic versus Eisomarto series, then I recommend to go back and watch that now. You can watch it in the VOD section on YouTube. You can watch it in the VOD section on Twitch. I'm going to send you guys over to John Arbiter. Hopefully you enjoy all of the Johnny Boy over there, and I'll see you guys later. Bye for now.